Chapter 309. Li Qingshan's mind cleared up. At the same time, the spirit turtle in his sea of qi suppressed all of the sword qi that flowed in reverse. Even with that being the case, several of his meridians showed signs of being ripped apart. He throbbed with pain. If he were a regular qi practitioner, these injuries would be extremely severe. He would need to seek treatment from the School of Medicine. However, Li Qingshan transformed slightly and unleashed his demon qi to wash away the remaining sword qi. Before long, these wounds gradually healed. As a great demon that was infinitely close to Demon General, his regenerative abilities were extremely great. As long as he had time, he could basically heal from any wounds. After healing, Li Qingshan immediately began to comprehend the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. Under the spirit turtle's control, he released the sword intent and force bit by bit. He slowly sensed and comprehended them. However, clearly, the difficulty had increased by quite a lot this time. Li Qingshan said, "Little and, teach me the sword style." Little and immediately stopped cultivating and studied it with him. Time flew by. No one cared. This time, it took much longer than last time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Li Qingshan held the 2 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy at the same time and channeled his true qi into them. When the true qi turned into sharp sword qi and flowed back, it had already concealed its sharpness. It could no longer harm him. He had finally fully comprehended the sword Dao contained in the 2nd volume of the cursive sword calligraphy. At this moment, he wanted to merge the 2 volumes of the cursive sword calligraphy in his Dantian sea of qi. The 2 strands of sword qi, one strong and one weak, converged in his sea of qi and began fighting. They did not seem to originate from the same source, but mortal enemies. Li Qingshan did not use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to forcefully suppress it. Instead, he used his willpower to control it. Gradually, the powerful strand of sword qi gained the upper hand, devouring the weak strand of sword qi. The 2 completely merged together, turning into 100 strands of extremely sharp sword qi. Because it was completely refined, the might of this strand of sword qi wasn't inferior to the top-grade cursive sword scripture. Moreover, it was like controlling one's arm, and it was even more miraculous. It was obvious that if one were to suddenly execute this move in a battle with another, then it would be completely useless. How many people would be able to withstand it? A ray of golden light appeared behind Li Qingshan. The huge Vajra sword slashed down from above. Li Qingshan put his fingers together like a sword and held them horizontally above his head. The Vajra sword and the sword qi clashed fiercely, creating a series of metallic clangs. As the Vajra sword pressed down bit by bit, Li Qingshan deflected it. "You're sneaking up on me again." In order to improve her control over the sword qi, Li Qingshan had asked Little and to launch sneak attacks on her at any time, so that the sword qi would be triggered when she sensed danger. This method was not bad for Li Qingshan, who was good at actual combat, but she seemed to be addicted to it. "Didn't you want to defeat me with sword qi?" Little and giggled. He became one with his sword, and the Vajra sword transformed into a streak of golden light. It whizzed away. "Don't look down on me." Li Qingshan took out a low-grade spirit artifact long sword and swung it. The tips of the swords clashed. Li Qingshan roared, and the sword qi from his dantian poured endlessly into the sword. The Vajra sword shattered inch by inch. At the same time the long sword shattered, the Vajra golden body collapsed, revealing her petite body. He hugged her. He pinched her cheeks and tickled her. "Who asked you to be so naughty?" Little and let out a bell-like laugh. Li Qingshan sat on the ground and placed her on his lap. "You didn't go easy, did you?" Little and leaned into his embrace. She raised her head to look at him, her eyes shining like stars. She shook her head hard, her seaweed-like hair shaking like waves. Li Qingshan said, "Really?" Little and smiled and nodded. "Really." Although the Vajra demon subduing technique was a profound Buddhist technique, the first level of cultivation was indeed not enough to withstand the fierce sword qi that was almost as powerful as a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "I told you I would use sword qi to defeat you, but you're still so stubborn. You're the best, all right." Little and pouted. However, The Vajra demon subduing technique required a heart of anger. To defeat the enemy with the way of the sword, one must have the intent to kill. When she faced Li Qingshan, she naturally could not have such intentions. Whether it was the Buddha-turned-demonic Vajra god or the supreme way of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy, she did not even unleash half of their power. "It's about time. Let's get ready to come out of seclusion," Li Qingshan said. The duration of this seclusion had exceeded his initial expectations. "I still want to cultivate for a while, can I?" Little An bit her lower lip, her big eyes full of anticipation. Who could turn down a gaze like that? Li Qingshan lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. "All right, I'll listen to you. It's not like I have any pills, so it's not bad to practice qi here." Little An smiled. To her, it did not matter where she cultivated. However, being able to enter secluded cultivation with him was still the thing that made her the happiest. They were not disturbed by anything else. In this sealed dwelling, they were together day and night, without a single moment of separation. It was like a tiny shelter, avoiding all the storms of the outside world. Deep underground, Li Qingshan raised his head. Even through the layers of formations and the thick earth, he could still clearly sense the unusual pulses of the spiritual qi of the world. This was what the spirit turtle's demon core had told him as a demon. Little An gently tapped her thumb against the knuckle of her middle finger and calculated a few times before saying confidently, "It's snowing." Li Qingshan said, "Let's go have a snowball fight." Little An said, "All right." As a result, the door to the underground dwelling opened loudly. On Cloudwisp Island, in a courtyard within a bamboo forest. The courtyard was covered in snow with no one to clean it up. This situation probably only existed in the school of novels, but it was also maintained in the purest, untainted snow. The bamboo was like a gentleman, remaining as crisp as ever. However, some of them bent over from the weight of the snow, as if they were trying to pick up a snowflake. The door opened, and the chilly wind carried snowflakes onto the bamboo floor. The light from the snow also dyed the darkness. It was like the most beautiful landscape painting was embedded there. Of course, only cultivators could ignore the cold and appreciate it so leisurely. Liu Chuanfeng wore a set of green robes, currently bent over the table and writing away. Whether it was the bitter cold or the scenery, nothing seemed to faze him at all. The Cloudwisp Association had already begun to display startling effects. His heart for writing novels seemed to be ignited once more, crafting stories with great care. Of course, these stories no longer had any substance, but they were not elegant either. Li Qingshan's words had given him great inspiration. He now understood very well that what he wanted to conquer were not elegant people who could write poems. Without anyone's guidance, classic plots such as a young man falling off a cliff and finding a rare treasure, or a young lady eloping with a poor scholar, were all clearly written. After being embellished by storytellers and singers, they reached the ears of millions of commoners. The speed at which the power of faith gathered abruptly increased. Of course, this process was not a smooth one. There were many hesitations and struggles. In order to increase efficiency, he wrote many beginnings, then listened to the feedback from the Cloudwisp Association. If he received approval, he would continue writing. If not, he would immediately change it, all for the benefit of the readers. Now, he was writing a novel that was halfway through its development. Among his many novels, this one had received the most recognition and support. The 4 words Master of Moonbreeze had also started to gain some fame. He had not been to the building for a long time. It was not because of Li Qingshan's reminder, but because he had no time at all. He was about to hand in the manuscript, and he had to give the storytellers time to familiarize themselves with the story. He wanted to write with all his might. If possible, he wanted to continue this story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was not fighting alone. He was not fighting for himself. The entire school of novels was reviving in his hand. Thud, thud, thud. Is anyone home? Liu Chuanfeng suddenly raised his head. Because his mind was still immersed in the story, his eyes were blank and somewhat wooden. However, he gradually saw the person standing in the corridor, blocking the light from the snow. It was the chief disciple he had been thinking about day and night, Li Qingshan. "Beloved disciple, you're finally out." Liu Chuanfeng pounced on him. Li Qingshan pushed him away with a wave of his hand, and called out to the snow, "Little Anne, you're here. Why did you go into seclusion for so long? Don't tell me you're really afraid of him? If you were afraid, you should have said so earlier. You caused me to lose so many spirit stones, you know? He's already in the 7th level of Qi practitioner, and I heard that he's going to break through soon. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others." Liu Chuanfeng poured tea and chattered on. Suddenly, he stopped and widened his eyes. You're in the 7th level of Qi practitioner." He finally sensed the aura emanating from Li Qingshan. Shockingly, he was in the 8th level of Qi practitioner. Indeed. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and placed the teacup in Little An's hand. "When I was practicing Qi, I had a small accident, so it took me some time." Liu Chuanfeng's face was filled with disbelief. What kind of accident could allow a Qi practitioner who had just reached the 6th level to reach the 7th level of Qi practitioner in just a few months? On the path of cultivation, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. After condensing the Sea of Qi, the remaining 3 meridians, the conception, governing, and Chong meridians, could be cultivated in 10 years, which would be considered fast. Then, it would take another 10 years to open all 12 meridians, and reach the peak of Qi practitioners, the 10th level of Qi practitioner. After that, there would be another 20 to 30 years to slowly comprehend the final step, or rather, the first step, foundation establishment. Reaching the 10th level of Qi practitioner before the age of 50 could be considered an elite, before the age of 40, a hero, and before the age of 30, a genius. This was the path that most talented Qi practitioners, and even many foundation establishment cultivators, walked. There was no shortage of geniuses like Huasengzon, but they were all famous geniuses. And Li Qingshan was only 17 years old. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he could easily join the ranks of geniuses. If he knew the real time that Li Qingshan had spent, he would probably be so shocked that his eyeballs would pop out. It had only been 3 months, not the 9 months that Liu Chuanfeng had thought. Although he could continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Qi practitioner didn't just need spiritual energy. Originally, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th level of Qi practitioner so quickly until he discovered another use of the sword Qi in his Dantian. Chapter 310. After reaching the 6th level of Qi refining, converting spiritual energy into true Qi to attack his acupoints wasn't as easy as it had been in the beginning. At this moment, the sword Qi in his Dantian gave Li Qingshan a huge inspiration. He tried to merge the sword Qi into his true Qi to forcefully open his meridians and attack his acupoints. He never imagined that he would actually succeed. His own true Qi was extremely pure, and with the help of the sword Qi in his Dantian, he no longer faced any bottlenecks on the path of Qi refining. As expected, the cursive sword tome was extraordinary. Liu Chuanfeng watched as Li Qingshan took a step out of the corridor, the cloud rapidly gathering beneath his feet. The speed at which he executed his magical technique was astonishing. "Where are you going?" "To find Chu Tian, of course. It's best if I take back those spirit stones." Li Qingshan waved his hand without even turning his head. Little and leapt onto the cloud. "I'll let you have 3 moves." With a whoosh, the cloud left a long tail behind it as it sped away. On the Confucian island of virtuous virtue, the Buddhists had a forest of pagodas, while the Confucians had a forest of steles. On the Confucian island of virtuous virtue, the Buddhists had a forest of pagodas, while the Confucians had a forest of steles. Chu Tian and a group of Confucian disciples sat in front of a large stele, impatiently listening to the professor recount the past. What dogs hit virtuous virtue? How could he compare to a celestial? Chu Tian watched as the professor suddenly stopped talking and looked behind him. When he turned his head, his eyes went wide. He saw Li Qingshan leaning against a stone stele, smiling at him. He didn't seem depressed or resentful because of his defeat. In fact, he even waved his hand as if he were greeting an old friend. Furthermore, he was also in the 7th level of Qi refining. Just like him. This greatly disappointed Chu Tian, who had hoped to see Li Qingshan look like a defeated dog. Ignoring the fact that he was in the middle of a lecture, he suddenly stood up. Li Qingshan. It's about time. Let's call it a day. The professor looked up at the sky. He didn't want to offend a genius like Chu Tian, who was currently in the limelight. In any case, not many people were willing to listen. The Confucian disciples gathered around Chu Tian and gazed at Li Qingshan nearby. Their gazes were filled with contempt and disdain. Chapter 46. I'll let you have 3 moves. Chu Tian said, "You still dare to come?" Li Qingshan said, "Why wouldn't I dare? What do you want? Could it be that you're here to admit defeat? That's more like a man, calling me boss. From now on, we. Have you ever beaten me?" Li Qingshan's interruption enraged Chu Tian. He pointed at Li Qingshan. "Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're acting like a shameless dog." Li Qingshan said, "How about it? Do you want me to give you a chance and let you win? So it's like that. Alright, I agree. I'm just afraid that you'll run away with your tail between your legs again." Chu Tian sneered. The Confucian disciples roared with laughter. Li Qingshan stretched out 4 fingers and said, "This time, let's bet this number. 4,000 spiritual stones." The laughter stopped. The Confucian disciples who came to listen to this lecture were all new disciples. In their entire lives, they had never seen so many spirit stones. They couldn't help but be frightened by this number. Chu Tian was also stunned. Li Qingshan said, "What? Don't you have that many spirit stones? Do you want me to lend them to you? All right. Since you want to give me spirit stones, how could I not agree?" Chu Tian sneered. His heart was filled with wild joy. He was filled with absolute confidence. He had already comprehended the 5 elements grand palm to an extremely deep level. Because he cultivated 5 types of true qi, the 5 elements supported each other. His true qi was more than 10 times that of an ordinary 7th layer qi practitioner. How could he lose? The same place and time. Let's set it to 3 days from now. Otherwise, we'll run into some trouble and let a villain get carried away. This time, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, Chu Tian said fiercely. Not only did he want to win, he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Li Qingshan. He wanted him to understand the difference between a mortal and a genius. 3 days later, on the great martial arts field of the School of the Military. This was Li Qingshan's first time coming to War Island. The great martial arts field was like a giant wrestling ring. However, there weren't any densely packed seats. Instead, there were tall platforms of different heights erected in the surroundings. These were the places to watch the martial arts. From afar, the levels were distinct and rather rhythmic. There wasn't the slightest bit of disorder. It was clearly the work of the School of Moism's architects. Chu Tian stood with his hands behind his back. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he was filled with a powerful aura in the eyes of the bystanders. The surrounding tall platforms were filled with people. Such a grand bet had already attracted the attention of the entire 100 schools of thought. Figures could also be vaguely seen standing on the few VIP seats at the highest point. Wang Pushi looked up at the sun. The time was almost here. However, Li Qingshan hadn't arrived yet. The other spectator stands were in a heated discussion. On one of the tall platforms, a group of legalist disciples were either sitting or standing. Among them, there was no lack of familiar faces that Li Qingshan recognized. Why isn't that guy here yet? Don't tell me he's scared again. He's giving away several thousand spiritual stones in a single go. Why haven't I encountered a good opponent like him before? Stop talking. He's the primary disciple of the School of Novels. You can't afford to offend him, Wu Zhen said extremely seriously. It led to a series of laughter. Wu Zhen smiled too. He thought he was complacent. Rongji, how much did you bet this time? Qian Rongji said, the same as last time. The same? You won't. Last time, Qian Rongji had bet on Li Qingshan and lost quite a lot of spiritual stones, so Wu Zhen had mocked Li Qingshan greatly. He never thought she would bet like that again this time, which left Wu Zhen rather annoyed. Right now, she had quite a few pursuers in the 100 schools of thought. She even seemed to have a rather ambiguous relationship with the genius Chu Tian, but she remained distant from him the entire time. Wang Pushi lowered his head and asked Hua Sengzon beside him, "How much did you bet this time?" Hua Sengzon sat on the edge of the stands and extended 2 fingers without even looking back. 2,000. I have to make up for what I lost last time. Wang Pushi said, "You trust him that much?" Hua Sengzon smiled. "I lost this time, but I'll bet 4,000 next time. He's coming. He's coming." There were calls from below, and everyone raised their heads. A cloud with a long tail flew over, sweeping past a tall tower. Little and leapt off and landed beside the One-Thought Master. The One-Thought Master looked at his primary disciple he had not seen in quite some time with a bitter smile, but he had no idea whether to criticize or praise him. At least there was someone beside him now. It was an unwritten rule among the 100 schools of thought that only the primary disciple could stand beside the school leader. Although the highest platform was very empty, there could not be more than 2 people on it at most. Hua Sengzon said, "Old Wang, were you this fast in the past? My talent in the water element is only at the B level." Wang Pushi could use the ice hell, so he was obviously familiar with the most practical water element technique. However, even he had not been this fast when he was at the 10th layer. "This speed doesn't seem like it's just high A," Hua Sengzon said in thought. The formations for testing elemental attributes only targeted Qi practitioners. High A was already an extremely rare talent, so there was no point in setting it any higher. After reaching the 2nd layer of the Spirit Turtle's method of Qi suppression, Li Qingshan's senses for the water element had increased drastically, which was why he could sense the snow falling outside from his dwelling in seclusion. Just like the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength and the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging, the Spirit Turtle's method of Qi suppression gradually changed his constitution. Using a human formation to test the water element of a Spirit Turtle was just a joke, wasn't it? The Spirit Turtle was water itself. No, it was the ruler of water. After letting go of Little Anne, the cloud stabbed down. It did not slow down at all, rushing straight towards the ground. With a boom, the cloud dispersed and dust rose into the air. Yu Zijian felt her right hand tighten. She saw that Hua Chenglu was extremely nervous. "Are you worried about him?" Yu Zijian asked softly. "Idiot, I bet a lot of spiritual stones." Hua Chenglu stared into the dust and could vaguely make out a figure standing upright. Only then did she stop worrying. When the dust dispersed, Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He smiled faintly, and his bronze face radiated with great confidence. His green robes, which were supposed to be very elegant, gave off a strong aura when he wore them. At this moment, the timing was perfect. The host of the duel, the military spider, Han Anjuan, said, "During the duel, no pills, talismans, puppets, or spiritual stones are allowed. Once you break the rules, you'll be judged as having lost immediately." This was the rule of the duels of the academy. The duelists mostly competed in terms of martial arts and skill, increasing the intensity of the competition. It was not a battle to the death. Once they used external objects, it would become a pointless battle of attrition, wasting tremendous resources for nothing. This was not something the academy approved of. The reason why the school leader, Han Anjuan, had been chosen as the referee was to ensure that the duel could be stopped at crucial moments and avoid casualties. After a simple explanation of the rules, Han Anjuan cut right to the chase. "Do you have any objections?" "No. No. Begin." The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, wielded a huge hammer and struck the gong that was even taller than him. A thunderous sound rang through the entire island, startling the birds. The duel began. Chu Tian said, "And I thought you were going to avoid the battle again. In consideration of how many spiritual stones you've given me, let's begin. I'll give you 3 moves." Swish, swish, swish. Without another word, Li Qingshan shot out 3 water arrows, but they did not even penetrate Chu Tian's protective true qi. Water techniques were not known for their offensive power, and he did not even use his full strength. Courtesy demands reciprocity. "I'll give you 3 moves as well. Make your move." Chu Tian was furious. He had never thought he would still dare to play tricks on him. Sharp golden light lit up in his hand, and like a blade, he slashed out. He bellowed, golden crescent slash. An extremely sharp half-moon-shaped golden light whizzed through the air. One move. Li Qingshan took half a step back and naturally moved his body to the side. The golden crescent slash brushed past him, but he was completely unharmed. Before he could even turn around, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Single log. Chu Tian's voice rang out just now. His right foot flickered with green light as he stomped on the ground. A huge log broke out of the ground with a boom, rushing into the air. 2 moves. Li Qingshan leapt up gently and stomped down. The huge log shattered with a boom. Waves of heat rushed over, and the flames dyed Li Qingshan's face red. Chapter 3:11. Tilda. The stands fell silent. Chu Tian's strength. Everyone was shocked. Not only did the 3 moves contain metal, wood, and fire elemental techniques, and they were startlingly powerful. If it was them, they would probably be killed in the first move. Being in such a flame, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Against an opponent like that, how could they win? And they even pretended to let him take 3 moves. They were basically digging their own graves. Yu Zijian felt her hand ache from the grip. Hua Chenglu panicked. Are you worried about your spiritual stones? I'm worried about him. Hua Chenglu suddenly understood. Her face reddened. Oh my. You're still in the mood to joke around. Don't worry, Chenglu. He doesn't seem like someone who will be defeated by a move like that. Yu Zijian patted Hua Chenglu's hand. On Li Qing mountain . That person's shadow seemed to appear. It was an unyielding will. Liu Chongqing smiled. Chu Tian's temperament was still a little lacking. But his strength was unquestionable. Not only was his true qi 10 times that of regular people, he also used the principle of mutual generation of the 5 elements. The power of his techniques was extremely great too. Li Qingshan wanted to fight him without knowing his limits. But he was asking for trouble. If he used this move, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. He couldn't fight anymore, right? Chu Tian laughed aloud. Just like the last duel. Just you. Are you worthy of letting me take 3 moves? General Han. In this battle, I've won, haven't I? Han Anjuan stood on a high platform not far away. He stood like a stone statue, as if he didn't hear what Chu Tian said. Suddenly, he raised his hand. He pointed at the raging fire. Chu Tian frowned. His pupils constricted. Li Qingshan stood unscathed in the sea of fire. He didn't even change his posture. His entire body. It was shrouded in an oval light blue screen. No matter how much the raging flames attacked, none of them moved an inch. Li Qingshan said, 3 moves. Water curtain. This was one of the many water spells. He was one of the more famous ones. It was a defensive spell. It could neutralize power and counteract attacks. However, the water screen art of a 7th layer Qi practitioner was nothing. How could it resist Chu Tian's raging flamebird? Not just Chu Tian. Even Liu Zhongqing could not figure it out. Li Qingshan laughed and said, what do you think? Do you want me to let you have another 3 moves? Since you're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Tian was enraged. His hands formed a seal. It was extremely fast. It was as if a few pairs of hands had appeared out of thin air. Li Qingshan did not take the opportunity to attack. He just crossed his arms and watched. It was as if he had really made up his mind. He was going to let him have another 3 moves. Even the heads of the various families felt that he was being too arrogant. But in his heart, he had other plans. Chu Tian withdrew his hands. All the illusions disappeared. And in front of his chest, he suddenly slapped the ground. An incredible loud roar. The onlookers felt that the high platform under their feet seemed to be trembling slightly. It was as if there was an earthquake. A crack instantly appeared between Chu Tian's hands. It spread to the feet of Li Qingshan. A giant earthy yellow palm stretched out from the ground. It grabbed at Li Qingshan. 5 thick fingers. It was as if a stone pillar was clamping over. Li Qingshan jumped up. He rode on the clouds. He flew around the field. He looked down. The entire martial arts field was covered in cracks. The earthy yellow arm stretched out from the ground. It reached into the sky. Then it was pressed to the ground. A vague human figure borrowed the force to stand up. It was like a giant that had slept for 1,000 years. It was awakened by the battle outside. Earth and rocks flowed down from its body. A complete humanoid figure appeared. It was 100 feet tall. It cast a huge shadow. It even covered many of the high platforms. Everyone on the viewing platform was shocked. What spell is this? Earth Strongman. Earth Elder Huang's eyes narrowed into a line. What? This is the Earth Strongman. Beside Earth Elder Huang stood a tanned and simple young man. He cried out in surprise. Because he also knew this spell. And he was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Earth Strongman. It was an earth element spell. As long as one cultivated earth true Qi, they could use it. But if it was used by an ordinary little Qi refinement cultivator, it was only the size of a human. A high-level Qi refinement cultivator. They might be able to summon one that was 20 to 30 feet tall. But such a tall earth strongman. It had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary Qi refinement cultivators. They couldn't figure out what spell this was. The power of the spell. It was basically determined by 3 factors. Innate attributes. The amount of true Qi. As well as the study and understanding of the spell itself. Chu Tian was in these 3 factors. They were undoubtedly the best. Especially in the last point. With the advantage of being a reincarnated deva. Regarding the use of spells, it was almost self-taught. He was born with knowledge. Even the head disciple of the agricultural school couldn't compare to him. After all, this was an era of peace. Ordinary Qi refinement cultivators wouldn't spend too much effort on spells. Chu Tian stood on the shoulder of the Earth Strongman. He gazed at Li Qingshan from above. You want to admit defeat now? It's too late. I'm going to kill you. No one can save you. Extremely arrogant words. But no one felt that he was boasting. Such a huge creature. It carried thousands of kilograms of earth and stone. It punched down. Protective true Qi and defensive spells were all useless. He was instantly smashed into meat paste. It was too late for others to save him. This battle had unknowingly happened. It had already turned into a life and death battle. Han Anjuan's eyelashes trembled. The head disciple of the military school, Han Thierry, said, General. Han Anjuan said, let him kill. Chu Tian laughed wildly. He controlled the Earth Strongman. He stretched out his huge hand to grab Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan rode a cloud. It was extremely thrilling. He flew out from between the giant fingers. His vision darkened. The other hand was already smashing down. The cloud quickly fell. Only then did he avoid the punch. There was a loud bang. The Earth Strongman's fist heavily hit the ground. A visible shockwave. It spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, thousands of tons of earth and stone jumped. Some of the Qi refinement cultivators on the platform. They were so scared that they almost ran away. A screen of light appeared. Hundreds of stone pillars on the platform. It formed a semicircular screen of light. It covered the entire great martial arts stage. The shockwave dissipated. A huge crater was left on the ground. Its power made everyone speechless. Was this really a spell cast by a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator? The Earth Strongman raised its arm. It could almost grab every corner of the great martial arts stage. And there was no vital point to speak of. Li Qingshan rode a cloud. Just like a flying insect. He weaved in and out of the way. He narrowly avoided the grabs of the Earthen Strongman again and again. Chu Tian laughed loudly. What? You only know how to run? Or do you want to consume my true Qi? I might as well tell you. I am the Earth Strongman. Once it was born, it uses the earth as its foundation. Its power is endless. 12 moves. Chu Tian was startled. What did you say? Li Qingshan laughed. Going easy on you. The sloppy Daoist laughed. He drank a mouthful of wine. This kid is still so arrogant. I like it. What a pity. Fuck you. Chu Tian was furious. The earth strongman opened its huge mouth. It let out a soundless roar. It moved its feet like an earthquake. It opened its arms. It pounced towards Li Qingshan. A huge shadow covered him. Li Qingshan felt like a mountain was falling towards him. The smile on his face didn't change. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Boom. The two huge palms clapped together heavily. The clouds dissipated. Hua Chenglu cried out in shock. This time. Wasn't Li Qingshan dead for sure? Why didn't the referee Han Anjuan do anything? Was he really going to watch Li Qingshan die? Chu Tian said, I told you. I want to kill you. No one. The earth strongman opened its hands. There was nothing inside. There was only a pool of water. Water incarnation technique. Water condensation technique. It could confuse the real from the fake. In the field, sounds of surprise rose. A shadow covered Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't care. At this height, the only thing that could block the light was the clouds. Chu Tian saw many Qi practitioners pointing behind them in surprise. He suddenly turned around. He saw the cloud. A cloud giant even taller than the earth strongman. His left hand grabbed the earth strongman's shoulder. His right hand clenched into a fist. It fiercely hit the earth strongman's face. The earth strongman staggered backwards. It fell heavily to the ground. It hit the light screen that covered the martial arts field. A large part of the earth strongman's face caved in, revealing the soil and rocks inside. It poured down. This punch was supposed to hit Chu Tian on the earth strongman's shoulder. But his reaction wasn't slow. He dodged it. Li Qingshan sat on the cloud giant's shoulder. He said, what a coincidence. I also know similar spells. During the time he was in seclusion, Li Qingshan didn't just practice Qi. He also tried to practice the spells that came with the gooey water condensing Qi method. And once he practiced, he felt different. These spells that originally required him to spend a lot of time to understand and master. Suddenly, he didn't have any difficulties. As long as he learned a little, he could use them. And the effect was excellent. He didn't become a genius overnight. This had nothing to do with comprehension. It was instinct. Like how fish can swim, birds can fly, controlling all the water spirits in the world. This was the instinct of the spirit turtle. The change that the spirit turtle sea suppression method brought to him. Almost the essence. So he stayed in the underground cave. He learned all the dozen or so water spells. 3 days before the duel, Li Qingshan didn't stay idle. He asked Liu Chuanfeng to find some more powerful spells. Water spells that were suitable for duels. Liu Chuanfeng wasn't doing well. But he was still the head of a family. Senior and junior brothers sold these things. He immediately found a few powerful water spells for him. The Cloud Ridge Giant was one of them. To learn the Cloud Ridge Giant, first, he had to learn how to ride the clouds. The Cloud Ridge Giant was formed from the clouds. It was huge. That was why it was called the Giant. It wasn't stronger than Chu Tian's Earthen Strongman. But it seemed like it had the upper hand. How dare you? How dare you? Chu Tian roared. The punch seemed to have landed on his face. It was a burning pain. He wanted to use the duel to gain an advantage. To kill Li Qingshan in a second. But the reality was out of his expectations again and again. The earthen strongman stood up again. The injury on its face recovered quickly. 2 gigantic creatures. They stood on the great martial arts field. It was as if they had returned to the ancient battlefield. All the Qi practitioners were dumbfounded. They were all confused. Was this really a duel between 2 Qi practitioners? And a 7th layer Qi practitioner at that? To be continued. Tilda. Chapter 313. If it was Chu Tian, then so be it. He had always been known as a genius, But Li Qingshan was a school disciple they had mocked for a very long time. He was a clown that satisfied their sense of superiority. Perhaps it was because of the three of them, but no one treated him as a genius. At this moment, reality told them that Li Qingshan was a true genius, a genius that could rival Chu Tian. Their mohist mockery was so foolish. Their sense of superiority immediately collapsed. On the platform where the mohist disciples stood, Hao Pingyang patted Zhong Lanqing's shoulder. I knew this kid had other tricks up his sleeve. Zhong Lanqing smiled at ease as well. He had been worried for a very long time in the past 3 days. Isha stood in a corner of the platform and gazed at Li Qingshan on the Cloud Ridge giant. All he felt was fear. Yu Zijian praised, so powerful. Hua Chenglu said, this guy really is something else. I knew it. With my insight, how could I be wrong? Wu Zhen asked himself. Could he, an 8th layer qi practitioner, be the opponent of either one of them? He glanced at Qian Rongji. She had been smiling the entire time. She was neither worried nor surprised, as if she had predicted everything. This only added to her strange charm. He had once believed himself to be a conqueror, but only now did he suddenly discover that he had been attracted by her strength. There was no confusion, no hesitation, and no laziness in her strength. Perhaps it was time for him to cast everything aside and focus on cultivation. Perhaps he needed to be like Li Qingshan and enter secluded cultivation for a while. Old Wang, what do you think? Hua Sengzon looked back and smiled. Interesting, but it's still nowhere near enough. Then let's see how it goes. Chu Tian and Li Qingshan's gazes clashed in the air above the main martial arts stadium. So I've been watching you the entire time, Chu Tian said in some disbelief. Likewise. I'm very surprised that you can say that, Li Qingshan said calmly. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you're far too naive. What Cloud Ridge giant? It's just a facade. Watch as my earthen strongman shatters it. Dong 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 dong. The earthen divine strongmen charged toward the Cloud Ridge giant with heavy footsteps, like the beating of war drums. Although the grand martial arts practice field had the word big in it, it was only relative to the size of a human. For these two enormous creatures, it was like a narrow arena, with no way to escape or dodge. The giant fist was like 10,000 tons of earth and rocks pouring down from the top of the mountain. It smashed towards the Cloud Ridge giant's head, or more accurately, Li Qingshan, who was next to the giant's head. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Li Qingshan smiled. He had noticed this a long time ago. Chu Tian did not know any fighting techniques. Just now, if he was the one controlling the earth strongman, he would have already grabbed the cloud and wouldn't have been hit by the fist. When he punched out now, there was no pattern to it. It was purely the fighting style of an ordinary person. Chu Tian could kill the vast majority of qi practitioners with his spells. There was no need for him to train his muscles and bones or learn any combat techniques. With the size of the earthen strongman, this kind of fighting style was enough. But today was not enough. The Cloud Ridge giant tilted its head, and the earthen strongman's punch missed. A cloud pillar soared into the sky, and a vicious uppercut smashed the earthen strongman's jaw. The Cloud Ridge giant was too huge, and it only had a blurry humanoid shape. Its eyes and mouth were only 3 sunken nests. And no legs at all. It was just a long tail of clouds. It was also impossible for Li Qingshan to use all of his martial arts, but as long as he recognized the form, he would be able to use it. After making a good judgment, boxing was enough to bully a layman like Chu Tian. Taking advantage of the earthen strongman's loss of balance, the Cloud Ridge giant floated forward and punched the earthen strongman's face. With a boom, the earthen strongman's nose was shattered. If it was a human, this would have been painful, but the earthen strongman was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not know pain or dizziness. Under Chu Tian's control, it threw a punch at the Cloud Ridge giant's chest. With such a huge body, it was impossible for it to dodge. Li Qingshan did not have any intentions of dodging. The Cloud Ridge giant welcomed the punch and continued to charge forward, sending the earthen strongman flying. The earthen strongman's punch pierced through the Cloud Ridge giant, creating a hole in it. Chu Tian laughed, "Die for me." What responded to him was a combination of punches. A left jab, a right hook, all in one go, forcing the earthen strongman back. Its face was already completely blurry. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Idiot." Inheriting the water element's weakness in fighting, the Cloud Ridge giant was not good at fighting. Its destructive power could not compare to the earthen strongman's. Even in terms of defense, it was different from the earthen strongman's defense. It was better at absorbing and dispersing damage. Clouds surged over and filled up the hole in the blink of an eye. The weak Cloud Ridge giant happened to counter the earthen strongman that won through brute force. On the stands, everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Li Qingshan would gain the upper hand as soon as he did. He would be fine until now. He was not being arrogant by letting you attack 3 times. Was he really a disciple of his family? Hit him. Hit him. Hua Chenglu called out. Boom. 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 The Cloud Ridge giant forced the earthen strongman to the edge of the stadium and swung its fists to its heart's content. The earthen strongman retaliated desperately, but it was unable to break free from its predicament. Instead, it seemed weak and powerless. The slovenly Daoist priest laughed aloud. Jukenzi, this is what they call using softness to overcome hardness. Interesting, interesting. What a pity, what a pity. Li Qingshan, you've truly angered me. You will pay the price. Chu Tian's hands flashed as he formed seals again. With a caw, a huge bird of fire unfurled its wings and rushed into the air, lunging towards the Cloud Ridge giant. It was even larger than the one just now. Chu Tian rode on the bird's back. The flames dyed him scarlet red as tongues of fire revolved around him. At that moment, no one cared about his lack of handsomeness. He seemed like a god that could control fire. Liu Changqing stroked his beard and smiled. Just this move was enough to vaporize the Cloud Ridge giant completely. At this moment, a dragon's roar drowned out the caw. A water dragon stabbed over and bit the bird's neck. The dragon's horns, scales, claws, and teeth were all formed from flowing water. Waterfall dragon. This was the most destructive technique Li Qingshan had grasped so far. The water dragon bit the fire bird and rushed into the sky, slamming heavily against the screen of light. The screen seemed to shake. Chu Tian looked down in shock and saw Li Qingshan standing between the dragon's horns. The azure water swirled around his robe, but he wasn't wet at all. He wore a faint smile on his face, as if he were laughing at his powerlessness. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "How dare you laugh at me? How dare you, a mere mortal, laugh at me? I'm a celestial." Flames rose from the firebird's body as it pecked the dragon's head, breaking its horns. Its 2 claws tore through the dragon's scales. The water that contained the water dragon's life force poured down, but was evaporated before it could reach the ground. The waterfall dragon coiled around the firebird and pierced its claws deep into its body. Feathers fell from the sky and turned to ashes. With a sizzling sound, a large cloud of steam spread out. On the ground, the Cloud Ridge giant and the earthen strongman were still waving their fists. Many of the Qi practitioners on the spectator stands had their mouths wide open, as if they had been struck dumb. It was as if they were on a primordial battlefield. In the sky, divine beasts rode on water and fire, while on the ground, giants fought endlessly with spears in their hands. There were also many people who clenched their fists and made up their minds to focus on cultivation. Qi practitioners of this era rarely got to see battles between cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. This kind of battle was a huge blow to their minds. Liu Changqing looked around the spectator stands and saw everyone's expressions. No matter who won or lost, this battle was a good thing for the 100 schools of thought. It would allow the disciples, who were used to peace, to see what a real battle of magical power was like. It seemed that he needed to hold more duels like this in the future. Based on the information he had recently received, he could vaguely smell the scent of war. The outcome of this battle had been obvious from the beginning. It all depended on when Chu Tian would give up on his meaningless arrogance. As the dragon and the bird fought, Li Qingshan and Chu Tian were closer than ever. They could clearly see the anger and smiles on each other's faces. Li Qingshan. Chu Tian roared as he charged toward Li Qingshan on the back of the bird. 5-colored true energy appeared around him, forming a giant 5-colored hand that slammed down toward Li Qingshan. Palm of the 5 elements. Li Qingshan stood on the dragon's head and rushed into the air. The true energy in his sea of qi surged, fusing it all into the punch. Like a tsunami, he punched out. Liu Changqing said, "The outcome has been determined." The fist and palm collided, and the water dispersed. At this moment, the water dragon that was locked in a stalemate with the firebird dispersed as well, evaporating into surging steam. Although the Cloud Ridge giant had gained the upper hand in close combat with the Earthen Strongman, dispersing most of the Earthen Strongman, its body had been greatly depleted. Both of them were only around 10 or 20 feet tall. They could no longer attract attention, much less decide the outcome of the battle. All everyone saw was Li Qingshan rapidly fall down, plunging into the mist and vanishing. Li Qingshan had lost. His full-powered punch could not stop Chu Tian's cultivation method, the palm of the 5 elements. Hua Chenglu suddenly felt sad. Indeed, no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could never defeat a genius, let alone a reincarnated celestial like Chu Tian. Many Qi practitioners on the other platforms felt gloomy as well. They had originally come to watch Li Qingshan make a fool of himself, but when Li Qingshan truly demonstrated the strength to take on Chu Tian, they subconsciously leaned towards Li Qingshan. This was because Li Qingshan was a weakling. Compared to Chu Tian, he was a mortal like them. They wanted to see a mortal defeat a genius, just like how ordinary people always looked forward to miracles. Chu Tian descended from the sky and used the 5-element palm seal to shatter the Cloud Ridge giant. He looked around and gave a cold laugh in his heart, truly an idiot, daring to scold me. Facing my 5-element palm seal head-on, you're probably half dead by now. You've actually reduced me to such a horrible state. Watch as I take your life with a single palm strike. Hua Chenglu stood up and arrived on the platform where Han Anjuan stood. Uncle Han, please decide the outcome. However, Han Anjuan, who had always been unsmiling and as cold as a rock, curled his lips slightly. The outcome has been determined. Chapter 314. Qingshan. How Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing both paled in fright when they saw Li Qingshan fall from the sky. Isha relaxed instead. He looked at Han Anjuan on the platform in the distance. As long as he did not interfere, it would be best if Chu Tian could kill Li Qingshan and prevent any future problems. Yeah, the outcome has already been determined. Why don't you hurry up and separate them? Chu Tian wants to kill Li Qingshan, Hua Chenglu said in a hurry and grabbed Han Anjuan's sleeve. The Han family and the Hua family had been friends for generations, and they did not follow the teachings of Confucianism, so they did not have much etiquette. Han Anjuan said, "Let him kill him." Hua Chenglu turned to Han Thierry and said, "Thierry." However, Han Thierry seemed to be carved from the same mold as Han Anjuan. Even the words he spoke were exactly the same, which made Hua Chenglu so angry that she stomped her foot. She arrived on the platform where Wang Pushi and Hua Sungzon stood, only to see Wang Pushi staring straight at the center of the ring as if he was stunned. Just when she was about to speak, Hua Sungzon pointed. "Look. What are you looking at?" Hua Chenglu looked over with a frown. All she saw was that the barrier of light had already dispersed, and the rolling mist gradually drifted away. Cold light flowed on the 3-foot-long sword, extending along the straight ridge to the 2 ends. One end disappeared into the black dragon's mouth. It was the blade. The dragon's body coiled into the hilt, held in a powerful hand. Li Qingshan leaned forward as if he had poured all of his strength into the sword. He murmured, "If I want to kill you, I only need a single strike." The other end had completely sunk into Chu Tian's back. Chu Tian's face twisted from pain and fear. He did his best to turn around. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wanted to say something, but blood gushed out first. The sword qi was currently destroying his organs. As long as Li Qingshan twisted the sword gently or swung it horizontally, Chu Tian would be a dead man. No matter how great a genius he was, he would not be able to escape the fate of death. However, Li Qingshan's hand didn't move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he never showed mercy when it came to killing. Her other hand was white as snow. He pinched the blade with 3 fingers and cut off the killing intent. Liu Zhongqing stood between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. His brows were firmly furrowed, still filled with shock. He had never imagined that Chu Tian would actually lose, and lose so quickly that he was almost unable to rescue him in time and died in the Grand Martial practice grounds. Li Qingshan really wanted to try it on his own. Could he break free from the shackles of these 3 fingers? He killed Chu Tian with his sword. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he let go of the sword hilt and cupped his hands towards Liu Changqing. Patriarch Liu. Long time no see. Outside the Grand Martial Arts arena, the absolute silence turned into an uproar. What was going on? At that moment. What the hell happened? The pervading clouds didn't affect Chu Tian's keen senses, and he immediately found Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly injured. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words to humiliate Li Qingshan, but he thought that Han Anjuan might intervene. He swallowed his words and went straight up. With a ruthless face, he slapped down with his palm. With a puff, Li Qingshan was smashed into pieces by the 5 elements palm print, turning into a pool of water. Chumph, a deathbed struggle. Chu Tian was mildly surprised, but he did not mind it too much. After using so many techniques, Li Qingshan's true qi had definitely been depleted much more than his. Now that he had taken a palm strike from him, Li Qingshan was like a toothless tiger. He posed no threat at all. This thought was cut off by an extremely terrifying sword intent. Behind Chu Tian, as the clouds churned, a tall figure could be seen approaching at high speed. Murderous intent soared into the sky, light and shadow twisted, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. His body was like a tiger, and his gaze was like a dragon. 5 elements protection. It was too late to turn around. The 5-colored palm returned to Chu Tian's body, turning into an oval 5-colored light shield. 5 colors floated and fluctuated, and 5 kinds of power twisted and blended. It contained the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other. Water came with earth, wood came with metal. Its defensive ability was far better than ordinary protective spells. This was what Qian Rongji told Li Qingshan. In the silent night bamboo forest, mottled light and shadow, Qian Rongji's red lips opened slightly, and she explained the power of the 5 elements palm print. If you can't break through his 5 elements protection, you definitely won't be able to defeat him. I will win. Li Qingshan simply stated this fact, although he was not confident that he could pierce through the 5-colored light shield. The path of fighting and killing had never been about the amount of true qi or the strength of magical arts. Therefore, his provocation, his ridicule, his dominance, and his defeat were all in preparation for this moment. After a fierce battle, Chu Tian also consumed a lot of true qi, and his mood was extremely relaxed. So Li Qingshan used the glaze invisibility mirror, and instantly hid all his aura, and used the water transformation incarnation as bait. It was all for this sword. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan integrated the 100-sword qi in his dantian into this sword. The 100-sword qi collided with the 5-colored light shield, and there was a sound like glass shattering. The tip of the sword tasted blood, and the sword qi crazily rushed into Chu Tian's body. Victory or defeat was in the blink of an eye. Liu Changqing took a deep look at Li Qingshan, and patted Chu Tian's chest. An unstoppable righteousness rushed into Chu Tian's body, and forced the sword out. The sword shattered in the air. Li Qingshan rubbed his chest. Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements truly was impressive. Even now, his arm and chest still ached slightly. If it were not for his inhumanly tough body, it really would have been difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Liu Zhongqing's frown deepened. He had intended to force out all of the sword qi, but the sharpness of the sword qi had far surpassed his initial expectations. It was difficult for it to remain under his righteous aura. Chu Tian's cultivation would probably be greatly damaged after suffering such a serious injury. Liu Changqing looked up at Han Anjuan, questioning why the judge did not stop the situation midway. As the leader of the military school, his reaction speed was definitely much faster than his, and he would not let Chu Tian suffer such a serious injury. I've already said it. With a swish, Han Anjuan vanished from the platform and appeared before Li Qingshan, proving that he possessed this ability. Hua Chenglu suddenly understood what Han Anjuan meant. Let him kill him was not for Chu Tian to kill Li Qingshan, but for Li Qingshan to kill Chu Tian. He would not interfere at all. Liu Changqing let out a long sigh. Chu Tian was far too good at offending people. Han Anjuan's original responsibility was to prevent any injuries or deaths from the duel. Chu Tian's shout, "If I want to kill you, no one can stop me," was basically a slap to the face. Han Anjuan handed the 8,000 spiritual stones to Li Qingshan and even patted him on the shoulder. He said, "You've done well, but your battle is still lacking. You can come to my school of the military in the future to take a look." This made all the spectating military disciples widen their eyes. They had never heard their school leader praise a person like this, let alone speak so much in one go. This was basically a supreme honor. He had already gained the acknowledgement of the school of the military. Han Anjuan had fought for many years, so he possessed a sharp sense for all battles. When Chu Tian made a ruckus about killing Li Qingshan, he had already guessed the outcome. This was all because of the difference in their states. One was arrogant and conceited, eager to destroy his opponent. The other was extremely calm and carried out his actions in an orderly manner. There were far too many examples like this in the countless battles where the weak triumphed over the strong. Since the calm was bold enough to take the initiative to challenge the strong, they definitely had a certain level of confidence. Those who calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too much. Those who fail to calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too little. Those who fail to calculate too much will win, and those who fail to calculate too little will lose, let alone those who fail to calculate at all. Afterwards, Han Anjuan seemed to be admiring a classic battle. Li Qingshan's army was nowhere near his opponents. First, he harassed the enemy from the flank, then faced them head-on and provoked them. In the end, he feigned defeat to lure the enemy into a hopeless situation. 300 sacrificial soldiers whistled out, charging straight into the main tent and beheading their general. He couldn't say anything to praise the precision of his calculations. Li Qingshan respectfully said, "Yes, General." Although Han Anjuan's cultivation was not the highest among the various schoolheads, he believed that if there really was a chaotic battle, this person in front of him would definitely be the last one to survive. Han Anjuan loudly announced, "This battle is over. Li Qingshan is victorious." Clang. The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, struck the gong, announcing the end of the duel. Cheers rang out from the stands, loudly shouting the name Li Qingshan. Even quite a few Confucian disciples joined in. This was not just Li Qingshan's contribution. Chu Tian had spent the past few months in the 100 schools of thought, flirting with female cultivators and bossing around male cultivators. The moment he opened his mouth, he would say that he was a genius, and the next, he would say that he was a genius. He was truly ridiculing them, but they couldn't do anything to him, so they took this opportunity to explode out. Hao Pingyang raised his arms and shouted the loudest. Zhong Lanqing clenched his fists excitedly. In a corner, He Isha's face was ashen. The two girls who were following Chu Tian staggered over and wept beside Chu Tian. "Brother Tian, what's wrong, Brother Tian? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. You despicable bastard, I didn't lose. I didn't lose." Chu Tian suddenly returned to his senses. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Li Qingshan, as if he still wanted to fight him. He was extremely reluctant to accept this. He had not used that item yet. He still had a powerful trump card that he had not taken out. As long as he took it out, Li Qingshan definitely would not be his opponent. Firstly, he did not want to expose that item, and secondly, he was confident that he could deal with Li Qingshan with techniques. Who would have thought that the tables would turn so violently and so quickly? He was like a general who had been killed by a sacrificial soldier. He was still talking about the army of 100,000 that he had yet to mobilize, yet his head had already flown into the air, dying with his eyes wide open. "Yes, Brother Tian. You haven't lost. No, you've lost." Qian Rongji interrupted. "Rongji, you..." Chu Tian was stunned. In the past few days, He had expressed his goodwill to Qian Rongji plenty of times. Qian Rongji was not like other female cultivators, who disliked him for having so many women around him. He thought they were already friends. Qian Rongji, you bitch. A young girl cursed. However, Qian Rongji did not look at them. She crouched down and held Chu Tian's hand. Her eyes were filled with motherly pity, as if she felt sorry for him from the bottom of her heart. She said softly, "Little Tian, everyone loses. It's fine if you lose once, as long as you can stand up again. Get some sleep first." Chu Tian felt a surge of warmth from the bottom of his heart. Her gaze was so gentle, as if it could soothe all pain in his heart. There was no mockery, no disdain, only pity. Right now, she was the most beautiful woman in his heart. Chapter 3:15. Liu Chongqing frowned. How could this legalist disciple know about bewitching techniques? However, seeing that she was Chu Tian's friend and had indeed calmed his mind, he didn't stop her. Qian Rongji used the opportunity when Chu Tian's mind was in a mess to imprint her image deeply into his heart. Of course, this wasn't something like a thought seed. She didn't know how to do it, and even if she did, she wouldn't dare to do it in front of so many patriarchs. Her bewitching technique was completely harmless. At most, it would make it easier for Chu Tian to develop a good impression of her and love her. However, this was enough. Compared to the rude and inferior methods of a thought seed, this was more in line with her aesthetic standards. She knew that Chu Tian had something that he didn't reveal to others, not even to the two girls beside him. However, through her inquisition, she found out about the existence of that thing. Just what was it that made the arrogant and conceited Chu Tian act like this? No matter what it was, she would definitely obtain that thing. At the very least, she would have a powerful and easily manipulated fighter. At the very least, she would have a human-shaped medicinal pill. She was afraid that the 5 elemental true qi wouldn't be easy to digest. Chu Tian regained his fighting spirit and glared at Li Qingshan with eyes filled with hatred. "Li Qingshan, you were lucky this time. I won't let you go. I said that if I want to kill you, no one can stop me." Li Qingshan casually said, "I await your arrival." Chu Tian's mind relaxed and he fell into a deep slumber. Of the two girls beside him, the older one said to Qian Rongji, "I'm sorry, Sister Qian. We wronged you." Qian Rongji sighed softly. "I can understand your feelings. Take good care of him." Although Li Qingshan didn't understand the reason behind it, he still felt a wave of sorrow for Chu Tian. "Hopefully, you haven't been swallowed by this poisonous snake before you recover. I still want to earn some more spirit stones." Chu Tian was brought to Benevolence Island by the medicine family's patriarch for treatment. In the blink of an eye, all the patriarchs and chief disciples disappeared. "Qingshan, you don't have to hold a grudge against the Confucian faction. This battle is not necessarily a bad thing for Chu Tianlai. It is a blessing for the 100 schools of thought to have a genius like you. In the future, there will be many sword competitions on the Virtuous Island. You can come and participate. That sword move of yours was very interesting." Liu Chongqing left behind these words. Just now, he left, displaying his outstanding demeanor. At this time, Wo Sungzon came to Li Qingshan and asked, "Where's your wolf token?" Li Qingshan was shocked. Could it be that Wang Pushi disliked him to this extent? If he really was going to be stripped of his position as a Hawkwolf guard, he would not say much. He took out the Black Wolf tablet and passed it to Wo Sungzon. Wo Sungzon took it with one hand and returned a red copper wolf token to him. The glistening red wolf token had fine veins, and its fur was distinguishable. It felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan asked, "What's this?" Wo Sungzon said, "Congratulations. You've been promoted. Old Wang told me to give this to you. In the future, if you want to gather information or earn spiritual stones, you can pay a visit to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture." "All right." Li Qingshan smiled. If a person wanted to gain the recognition of others, they would have to prove themselves. Wang Pushi and Li Qingshan did not have any grievances. It was just because of their poor first impression, coupled with the fact that they did not get along with each other afterwards. Until today. Li Qingshan had proven himself, But that did not mean Wang Pushi had become fond of Li Qingshan. Instead, regardless of whether he disliked him or liked him, this man had the right to obtain such a status and identity. This was the standard of conduct for disciples of the school of legalism. Now, let's go celebrate. Hua Sengzon climbed onto Li Qingshan's shoulder and called out to Han Tieryi from afar. Tieryi, you're not allowed to leave. You come too. Do you have a cup for me? The primary disciple of the school of Taoism, Jukenzi, went up with a smile. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He smiled. As long as you're a friend, how can you not have a cup of alcohol? During the banquet that day, Li Qingshan drank quite a lot of alcohol. Initially, Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzon were facing off against each other. Hua Sengzon began to run out very soon. His face became bright red, and he tried to drive a wedge between them, praising Han Tieryi's alcohol tolerance viciously. Before he knew it, it had become a drinking competition between Li Qingshan and Han Tieryi. Jar after jar of fine spiritual alcohol was downed, but Han Tieryi remained cold the entire time. Let alone being drunk, his expression did not even change at all, which made Li Qingshan's heart pound. After drinking over 30 jars, Han Tieryi suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed like a log. He was completely drunk. In the end, I still won. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. When he heard that Hua Chenglu had run around for him, he even went out of his way to toast her, which made her blush. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Li Qingshan patted his chest and said, "Miss Hua, you're just like your elder brother. You're a good person. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me." Even if he had not drunk any alcohol, he would still have made that promise. Back in Lakeside City, it was all thanks to her assistance that he managed to escape. She even gave him a puppet for free as a birthday present for Anne. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Perhaps he could avoid revenge, but he had to repay the debt of a single meal. Really? Hua Chenglu blinked her eyes. Really? Li Qingshan had never been a man of his word, but he would never go back on a promise he had made to a friend. All right, it's a promise then. Hua Chenglu raised her cup and clinked it against Li Qingshan's gently as if she was considering something. Li Qingshan turned around and went to drink with Jukenzi again. Jukenzi had not come under the slovenly Daoist priest's orders. Instead, he had come out of his own accord to resolve the grudge between Li Qingshan and the school of Taoism. He was not afraid of Li Qingshan. With a cultivation close to golden core, the slovenly Daoist priest did not fear anyone. If this were a different time and place, the two of them might not have become master and disciple. However, due to a coincidence, they instead resented each other. Jukenzi wanted to share his master's burden, and he also felt that Li Qingshan was worth befriending. It had been less than a year since Li Qingshan and An entered the 100 schools of thought, but Jukenzi firmly believed that they would definitely become influential figures in the Clear River Prefecture in the future, or perhaps even more than that. Using the alcohol, Jukenzi said, "What happened back then was not what my master wanted either. He originally admired you very much. He often mentioned to me that it was a pity." Li Qingshan said, "Since it happened back then, there's no need to mention it now. There's nothing wrong with the family. At the very least, we stand on equal footing. We're both primary disciples." Although the slovenly Daoist priest had screwed him over in the past, he was not trying to harm him. At most, he just wanted to vent his anger. Li Qingshan did not let him vent his anger either, cursing him a little instead. With the slovenly Daoist priest's cultivation and status, if he was slightly narrow-minded, it might lead to endless trouble for Li Qingshan. It was evident that he was quite broad-minded. Why would Li Qingshan be obsessed with this? Zhong Lanqing stood to one side with a smile. His face was also slightly flushed. He discovered that if he counted carefully, there were actually 5 primary disciples present. Apart from Li Qingshan's school of Buddhism, Taoism, and the art of war, all of them were renowned major schools. Such a person, no matter where he went, would emit a dazzling light. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island alone, while An went to Ansrava Island. As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, she had not even spent as much time on Ansrava Island as an acolyte. No matter how ignorant she was about the ways of the world, She knew this was not particularly appropriate. Moreover, she shouldered another important mission, which was to help Li Qingshan gather pills to complete the final step. The One Thought Master's feelings were mixed, but he still felt happy when he saw his primary disciple return. Before An had even said anything, he offered up many pills for her to cultivate with. No matter how he felt, it would be a complete waste if he allowed a supreme genius like her to suffer on his Ansrava island or waste her time because of a lack of pills. If he knew the reason behind this, he might have felt like slamming his head against the ground. Fortunately, he probably would never know. He could still roughly calculate how many pills other disciples had consumed and how much cultivation they had completed, but who could calculate her cultivation? And did not need these pills either. The true qi she had condensed in her body right now was nothing more than an illusion. Practicing the path of white bone and great beauty still required refining flesh and blood as a foundation. Li Qingshan had already agreed to take her out to uphold justice in the near future. Yep, that was how he described it. In her second secondary school, it was gourmet. And said, "Master, I want to listen to you expound on the scriptures." All right. Which one do you want to listen to? I'll tell you right now. The One Thought Master was overjoyed. Expounding on the scriptures was an extremely important part of cultivation for Buddhist disciples, but it was also extremely easy for it to be overlooked, especially to genius disciples. If she were a regular disciple, the One Thought Master would tell them earnestly, "Only by comprehending the essence of Buddhism can you achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing Buddhism." However, with An's cultivation speed, what other method did she need to achieve twice the results with half the effort? Now that An had taken the initiative to request to listen to the scriptures without boasting about her talent, he obviously felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Little did he know that An understood this better than anyone else as she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty. Although she had read through the jade slip called the Scripture Depository, Buddhist scriptures were different from the path of the sword. No matter how clever she was, she could not simply comprehend the essence within. From a certain perspective, scriptures that were purely ideological were much more profound and complicated than most cultivation methods. And said, all of them. The One Thought Master could only smile bitterly. There were as many Buddhist scriptures as the ocean. Although he had read through them all, he had only specialized in a portion of them, but that was already extremely impressive. And would have been fine if she had not asked, but she had thrown a problem the moment she did. The One Thought Master scratched his bald head and finally made up his mind. He wanted to hold a Dharma assembly and invite all the eminent Buddhist monks he knew in the Clear River Prefecture, the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery, to come to the Clear River Prefecture to recite for her. He could not just let him bear this punishment alone. When he imagined how his seniors and juniors would be shocked speechless by her, he actually felt rather eager inside. Amitba. I have sinned. Seeing Li Qingshan return through the snow, Liu Chuanfeng suddenly raised his head and straightened his neck. He asked, "You won?" Due to his experience last time, he did not dare to watch the battle this time. I won. Chapter 316. Li Qingshan really wanted to say, Hey, you don't seem to have anything to do with this. He had not used any of the techniques of the School of Novels from the beginning to the end. Regardless, this battle had greatly boosted the reputation of the School of Novels, which had been in decline for a long time. At the very least, no one dared to mock Li Qingshan, the top disciple of the School of Novels anymore. After his joy, Liu Chuanfeng brought up the past again. Qingshan, thanks to senior apprentice brothers' efforts, the Cloud Wisp Club you mentioned has basically been established. The process of gathering credibility has indeed become much faster. At this rate, there's great hope for me to reach foundation establishment. This was all your idea. You should quickly condense the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. That's right, Qingshan, you're the only one left. A clear voice rang out from outside the door. Sun Fubai rode the white crane, spiraling down from the sky and landing in the courtyard. Li Qingshan glanced over and almost failed to recognize him. All he saw was that Sun Fubai was still the same Sun Fubai, but he had lost a lot of his white hair. Moreover, his face was ruddy, and there was a slight breeze when he walked. He gave off a joyous feeling like he was in high spirits. The leisure that originally belonged to an old man had faded away, replaced by a desire to forge ahead like a man in his prime. "Senior apprentice brother, your cultivation," Liu Chuanfeng blurted out. The original Sun Fubai had been at the 8th layer of Qi practitioner due to his talent. At this age, it was basically impossible for him to advance any further. However, after not seeing him for more than half a year, Sun Fubai was already at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner. Once his cultivation improved, his true Qi increased greatly, and his 8 extraordinary meridians were all unobstructed. He naturally looked younger. However, the most fundamental thing was still the influence of one's mentality. Compared to staying in the bookstore and waiting for the arrival of destiny, compared to staying in a bookstore and waiting for destiny to arrive, it was undoubtedly more energizing to establish the foundation of the school of novels and restore the school to its former glory. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "I haven't been idle during this period of time. I've been writing a few things." As large as the Cloud Wisp Club was, it was impossible for Liu Chuanfeng's novels to survive alone. As the boss behind the scenes of the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai naturally had to make use of the medium he had established. Over the past few days, whenever he was done with his tasks, he would have nothing to do. Then, he picked up his brush and started writing again. He had read more than 10,000 books in his life and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His knowledge and experience were naturally not something that Liu Chuanfeng could compare with. Following the path pointed out by Li Qingshan, he changed his writing style slightly. He wrote about things that the common people liked to hear and see, and the effect was excellent. Now, the popularity of Old Man Tsangbai was even higher than that of Master of Wind and Moon, Liu Chuanfeng. He gathered a large amount of power of belief. He had been stuck at the 8th layer of Qi training for many years, and with the help of this power, he forcefully crossed the threshold, allowing his cultivation to advance further. Li Qingshan said, "Fu Bo, why did you come back?" Sun Fubai said, "I heard that you were going to duel with someone, so I came back to take a look. It looks like you won." Now, the remaining 3 members of the School of Novels were gathered together once again. Happy events had happened again. Their hearts were filled with joy. Sun Fubai said, "I also brought something back for you." "Oh, what's this?" Liu Chuanfeng took an ordinary white cloth bag from Sun Fubai's hands. Aside from the red silk binding the bag, there was nothing special about it. There was no sign of spiritual energy either. Li Qingshan also became curious. For cultivators, anything without spiritual energy was not considered a good thing. This gift from Sun Fubai was a little strange. Liu Chuanfeng opened it and saw that it was filled with papers and letters. In order to get feedback from his subordinates in time so that Liu Chuanfeng could change his approach, Sun Fubai had the members of the Cloud Wisp Society ask for their opinions after their storytelling performances in various places. Later on, many listeners would send messages to the Master of Wind and Moon. Even if they were illiterate, there would still be people who would write and record the messages. All of them would be collected and sent to Liu Chuanfeng. Liu Chuanfeng hurriedly opened it and started reading. Naturally, most of the messages were praises, but there were also quite a few suggestions and expectations. He sat there, smiling foolishly. He was the head of the family who had the least dignity in the 100 schools of thought, and was often mocked and looked down upon by others. He had finally found the respect that he hadn't felt in a long time, and he truly understood the beauty of writing novels. This gift was indeed much more valuable than any spiritual pill or spiritual stone. Then, Sun Fubai said to Li Qingshan, "Qingshan, you like to drink, so I've brought back fine alcohol from various places for you. Although it can't compare to spiritual alcohol, which can assist with cultivation, they all have their own tastes." The territory of the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture produced several dozen types of famous fine alcohol. The ingredients and brewing methods all differed. Sun Fubai then selected the aged high-grade alcohol from them and brought it back for Li Qingshan. Let alone everything else, just the thought alone was enough to touch people's hearts. Being able to taste fine alcohol from various places while sitting at home was even more delightful. Li Qingshan accepted the several dozen jars of fine alcohol and bowed. "Thank you, Fubai." Sun Fubai smiled. "This is all a small matter. Compared to your idea, it's nothing at all. Now that I've borrowed your idea, I've already planted the seeds. If you don't enjoy the shade below, then you'll be letting down my kind intentions." Having reached this point, just who could still turn him down? Li Qingshan said, "I want to learn how to condense a divine talisman of great creation. Please teach me, Fubai." The power of faith could take on many forms. Although it was very ordinary in Liu Chuanfeng's hands, he didn't know how to fight. For example, he could summon a chain out of thin air. Even if it couldn't trap an enemy, as long as it could be used at a critical moment to disturb an enemy's thoughts, it could turn the tide of a battle. Taking care of a one-track-minded fool like Chu Tian would be even easier. If he took a step further and condensed enough power of faith, even if he could trap the enemy for a second, who knew how many times he could strike? Sun Fubai smiled. The school of novels finally had a legacy. Liu Chuanfeng turned a deaf ear to all of this. He only smiled foolishly at the letters, lying down, squatting, and reading them. Sun Fubai and Li Qingshan looked at each other and smiled. A sea with azure waves surging endlessly. Countless rivers flowed into it. The seawater evaporated, turning into clouds that filled up the rivers. At this time, a mysterious energy suddenly smoothed out all the ripples on the surface of the sea. A deep blue rune rose up from the calm sea. Countless water dragons rose up and gathered on it. The rune became clearer and stronger, emitting a restrained light. Finally, it floated on the sea. Only then did the waves return to the sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a spirit turtle swimming past. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a divine talisman flashing in the depths of his eyes. The process of condensing a divine talisman of great creation was much simpler than he had expected. Perhaps because his true qi was pure, he completed it in less than 3 days. However, the Tao of divine talismans was different from ordinary cultivation. Unlike ordinary cultivation, condensing a divine talisman was just the beginning. Sun Fubai had already returned to the prefectural city to deal with the affairs of the Cloud Wisp Society. Li Qingshan gave him a few more suggestions. He hurried back, wanting to make the Cloud Wisp Society even stronger. After Liu Chuanfeng finished reading the letters, he left the 100 schools of thought. He wanted to follow the example of the novelists of ancient times and go out for a gathering. Thus, Li Qingshan, the chief disciple, was the only one left on the vast Cloud Wisp Island. But before he left something for Li Qingshan, an exquisite desk. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were already arranged. The pure white paper unfolded, appearing even whiter under the illumination of the snow outside the window. There was a row of weasel bristles of different sizes on the brush rack. Even a crude person like Li Qingshan could not help but want to write something. Several days later, Liu Chuanfeng returned from his gathering. In reality, he had gone to the various branches of the Cloud Wisp Society and heard that the writers had written his novels. He was secretly enjoying it. Riding on the white crane, he had gone to many places in 7 or 8 days. He thought, I wonder how Li Qingshan is doing. Writing novels is not that easy. He must have written some rubbish. I'll teach him a good lesson later and restore my dignity as the head of the family. Liu Chuanfeng arrived at the bamboo loft and saw Li Qingshan sitting at the desk with a brush in hand. Little Anne was sprawled on the floor, reading the annotations of a Buddhist scripture. When he saw Liu Chuanfeng, he glanced at him but did not say anything. Li Qingshan did not even turn his head. Liu Chuanfeng thought, he's quite serious. He walked over to take a look. The white paper was blank except for a drop of black ink on the tip of the nose. Where's the one you've written? Liu Chuanfeng asked. Li Qingshan slowly turned his head. What's the one you've written? Novels. Liu Chuanfeng said matter-of-factly. However, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was a little messy. Li Qingshan, who was always in high spirits, actually looked a little dispirited. Hee. Little Anne laughed. Li Qingshan immediately glared at him. He stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to write 6 words in 3 days. He wanted to write them himself, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Although he had forgotten most of his memories from his previous life, he still remembered some classic stories. However, when he tried to convert these memories into words and write them on the tip of his brush, he immediately felt that he was not cut out for this. He forced himself to write some, but the words were so clumsy that he could not bear to read them. He suddenly realized that the classic stories in his memories were so boring. He tried drinking tea to calm his mind, tried drinking wine to liven things up, but it did not work at all. He could not write at all. He even began to admire Liu Chuanfeng. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least he could write a book. Liu Chuanfeng tried his best to suppress his smile, but it still leaked out from every smile line, saying, to think you'd have such a day. He said in a sincere and heartfelt manner, I told you it's not that easy. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Come, let the famous novelist Lady Breeze teach you how to write. Li Qingshan threw his brush aside and stood up. I'm not writing anymore. What's so fun about writing novels? It's a waste of time. I'm going to exercise. He took Little and walked out of the door. They rode on the clouds and disappeared into the darkness before dawn. From afar, his reprimanding voice could be heard, Don't laugh. Liu Chuanfeng was speechless. He sighed and shook his head. It seemed that it would not be easy for the school of novels to pass down its legacy. In the evening, Liu Chuanfeng was writing at his desk. Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. There were bruises on his face, but he smiled confidently. I want to write novels. Chapter 317. Li Qingshan took Little An with him and left Cloud Wisp Island. He pinched Little An's cheeks, but she leaned into his arms and laughed even harder. Li Qingshan couldn't do anything about it. This article comes from the literature library. The sky was still dark, and the 100 schools of thought was quiet. Only the sound of the undulating waves under the layer of ice could be heard. Although Qi practitioners could stay awake for a few days and nights, if there was no need to, they would still walk in the day and rest at night like normal people. This way, they could maintain their vigor, which was beneficial to their cultivation. Li Qingshan wanted to stretch his muscles, but he didn't know where to go. For the past 3 days, he had been suppressing this stuffiness in his chest and couldn't vent it. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't he still have a grudge to settle? Hao Pingyang was hugging the quilt and sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He went to open it and saw Li Qingshan and Little An standing in front of the door. Li Qingshan mentioned how Isha had purposefully framed him during the Hawkwolf Guard's investigation. Hao Pingyang was furious when he heard this. Without another word, he put on his clothes. Kill him. The two of them knocked on Zhong Lanqing's door. Zhong Lanqing thought for a moment and said, Wait a moment. When he returned upstairs, he vaguely heard a woman's grumbling voice coming from upstairs, and Zhong Lanqing's gentle persuasion. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan thought that although Zhong Lanqing's cultivation was not high, his life was much more comfortable than theirs. He did not have to spend all day on Cloud Wisp Island, facing a wretched old man who wrote pornographic books. He could not help but think of finding a woman to warm his bed. The figures of a few women flashed past. Hua Chenglu was too young. Yu Zijian was not bad, but she still did not seem to have grown up. Han Qiongji was pretty good, but it seemed like it had been a very long time since he last saw her. Speaking of which, Sect Master Begonia Chiu is the best. Although I shouldn't take advantage of a friend's wife, I'm just fantasizing about it. Xiao Hua, don't blame me. Little An stared at Li Qingshan. He felt that Li Qingshan's expression was a bit strange. It was a bit like Liu Chuanfeng. He must have infected Li Qingshan with something bad. Should he kill him? While he was thinking, Zhong Lanqing came downstairs. Li Qingshan said, I'm sorry. Sorry for bothering you. Zhong Lanqing blushed. What? Let's go. The sky was still very dark, but there were rows of street lamps illuminating the road. All kinds of strange buildings stood in the darkness. At night, it looked like something out of a science fiction novel. Although Li Qingshan once compared the 100 schools of thought to universities, the status of the Qi trainers was certainly incomparable to that of the university students. It was impossible for them to live in the same dormitory and have a boss. All of them had their own residences, which could be adjusted through the use of building mechanisms. The quality of a Mohist disciple's residence was proof of his strength. He Isha's residence. In a corner on the west side of Divine Machine Island, he was also sleeping, but not peacefully. Li Qingshan became famous after the battle, but his fear increased day by day. He had asked around about Li Qingshan and knew that he was known as the Tiger Butcher in Jiaping City. His cruel and murderous nature made him wake up several times in his sleep. He had set up many traps outside his residence. He could not feel at ease at all. Seeing how close Hua Sengzon and Li Qingshan were, it was probably only a matter of time before the truth was revealed. The shadow of betrayal shrouded his heart constantly. He Isha sat up abruptly, covered in cold sweat. He dreamed that Li Qingshan turned into a ferocious tiger, opened his chest, and dug out his organs. In his daze, he saw a few black figures standing at the head of his bed. He was immediately startled awake. Li Qingshan and He Isha met face to face. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. Although He Isha had set up many traps, with Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing around, how could they be triggered? They opened all of them and went straight into He Isha's bedroom. Just as he was about to cover his head and vent his anger, he did not expect He Isha to wake up at this time. Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing looked at each other. Li Qingshan rushed over, picked up the blanket, and covered his head with it before punching him viciously. Since he was already here, could he still apologize and say that they had entered the wrong room? Under the blanket, Zhong Lanqing shouted, "Don't kill me, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." After witnessing the duel between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian, he did not have the slightest confidence to fight against Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to kill He Isha in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have dragged Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing along to kill people in the 100 schools of thought. Not to mention that he did not have such strong killing intent, He Isha was not worth the risk. Li Qingshan swung his iron fist of revenge and beat He Isha up. "Qingshan, that's enough. He doesn't deserve to die." Zhong Lanqing was afraid that Li Qingshan would really beat He Isha to death. He Isha's entire body was in pain. He was so touched that he was about to cry. Senior brother Zhong was really a kind person. "I know what I'm doing." Li Qingshan fiercely punched him 3 more times. "He Isha, don't pretend that you didn't see it. I, Li Qingshan, was the one who beat you up. I saved your life in the past, but you had evil thoughts in your heart. Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. I, Li Qingshan, will not be easily framed. If you have evil thoughts in the future, I will not forgive you. Let's go." Hearing the sound of footsteps going out and the door being slammed shut, He Isha slowly lifted the blanket. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely open his eyes. He had gotten rid of the fear of death, but he felt pain all over his body, as if a few of his bones were broken. He had never suffered like this before. He cried and scolded Li Qingshan, Hao Pingyang, and Zhong Lanqing. When he was tired of scolding, he fell onto the bed and felt his heart relax. He finally did not have to be on tenterhooks anymore and could sleep in peace. If Li Qingshan knew that his beating made He Isha feel as if he had been pardoned, how would he feel? Anyway, he felt good now, and the depression accumulated these days was slightly reduced. He was not afraid that He Isha would complain. Not to mention that He Isha had no evidence. Even if he had evidence to prove that they beat him, he would at most be punished a little. However, He Isha could not stay in the 100 schools of thought anymore. An ungrateful villain who returned kindness with enmity would not be welcomed anywhere. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to invite Hao Pingyang and the others to the 100 Flavors restaurant for breakfast, but Zhong Lanqing insisted on taking them home. Afterwards, he invited his partner of cultivation out. She was not some supreme beauty, but she was gentle and pleasant. When the female practitioner saw the 2 chief disciples, both of whom were influential figures in the 100 schools of thought, the little complaint in her heart disappeared. She was happy that Zhong Lanqing could make such friends, so she personally cooked a hearty breakfast for them. During that time, Zhong Lanqing assisted him from one side. The two of them seemed to be in perfect harmony, which made Li Qingshan sigh in amazement. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. The path of cultivation was vast, but it was not necessarily something that could only be achieved by a single person. And, even if there were no results in the end, he would not feel any regret when he looked back on the past. A few bowls of porridge and a few plates of side dishes were served. Although the taste was average, Li Qingshan still praised Zhong Lanqing for his good fortune, which came from the bottom of his heart. The sky was bright, and it was time to start today's study and cultivation. Hao Pingyang said, "You have missed a lot of courses on refining weapons." Li Qingshan was in a dilemma about whether to continue writing novels, so he was not in the mood to learn to refine qi. He said, "I have something to do in the military school. As for refining weapons, let's put it off for now." Since the head of the military school, Han Anjuan, had personally invited him, it was reasonable for him to go. Han Anjuan's words also made him a little concerned. He had not gone through systematic combat training and was purely self-comprehending, so it was inevitable that his moves were a little rough. Although he could always display 120% of his strength in every battle by relying on his absolute combat talent, reaching the level of being able to hit someone is a good move. However, if he could get a few words of guidance from a combat master like Han Anjuan and hone himself, he would definitely gain a lot. Compared to spells, body techniques were his foundation, especially when he was transforming into a demon. Moreover, according to his experience, sweating a little and exercising for a while would also improve his mood. While the disciples of other schools were still lazily getting out of bed, all the disciples of the military school had begun their training. All of them stood bare-chested in the world of ice and snow. Everyone would first be splashed with a bucket of cold water and then be chased into the frozen dragon snake lake to swim around Great War Island. It was completely military management, but no one even frowned. When they jumped into the frozen lake, if they flinched even a little, the instructor behind them, which was equivalent to a professor, would immediately give them a kick. There was no so-called respect for qi practitioners at all. However, it had already been more than half a year since the entrance exam. Even new disciples would not perform like this again. Those who could not endure this kind of life had already left the military school. Among the 100 schools of thought, the military school was the only school whose disciples would voluntarily leave, and it was also the only school that did not have female disciples. Body refinement was different from qi refinement. There was no lack of hardships in tempering the muscles and bones and tempering the physique. Only creatures like men would give up their good days and experience a certain sense of pride and passionate brotherhood through this kind of self-torturing training. Among the 100 schools of thought, the disciples of the military school were also the most united. Han Thierry was swimming at the very front with his team when he suddenly heard a loud whistle above his head. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan sitting on a cloud. He said with a smile, "Your figure is not bad, although your alcohol tolerance is a little lacking." Ha ha ha. He then thought of the glorious achievement of getting Han Thierry drunk. After hearing Li Qingshan's intentions, Han Thierry immediately ordered the team to return to the shore. He then asked Li Qingshan to wait outside. Li Qingshan arrived at the core building of the military school. Outside the martial arts hall, there were hundreds of wide and tall steps. Hundreds of military school disciples stood on two sides, all of them naked and expressionless, looking straight ahead. Li Qingshan said, "You're too polite. There's no need to hold a welcoming ceremony." Han Thierry appeared at the top of the steps. He was dressed in black and looked even more heroic. "If you want to receive pointers from the family head, we'll have to see if you're qualified." Li Qingshan said, "Then how do I qualify?" Han Thierry seemed to smile, but because it was too fast, Li Qingshan also doubted his own eyes. "No spells, just fight your way up." Chapter 318. Li Qingshan had already expected Han Thierry to say this. Looking up, there were at least 700 to 800 military disciples standing on the long flight of stairs. Their cultivations ranged from the lowest 2 or 3 layers to the highest 7 or 8 layers. This article came from the literature library. Each and every one of them had an aura of bravery and ferocity. If the ordinary Qi practitioners were like dogs, then they were like wild wolves. Although at first glance, they seemed to be about the same size, but when it came to actual combat, they were two completely different concepts. Han Thierry said, "Today's training mission is actual combat. The goal is to defeat this person." "Yes, sir." Military orders were like mountains, and once spoken, it was the law. Several hundred pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan at the same time, their gazes as sharp as knives. Every one of them had seen the battle that day with their own eyes. Towards this person who defeated the strong, defeated Chu Tian, and received Han Anjuan's praise, they felt admiration and praise in their hearts, but not fear. The so-called soldiers originally had to put aside life and death when facing enemies 10 times their size, and charge with all their might. Li Qingshan could truly sense the existence of the might of the army. When the wills of the people merged into one, it formed a monster called army. The huge momentum, like an avalanche, fell down, like an army of 100,000. Yes, if it was an army formed by mortals, even 100,000-strong army could not stop them. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for a regular cultivator to use 30% of their strength. But what kind of person was Li Qingshan? He had never been intimidated by anyone's momentum in his life. Compared to writing, this kind of scene was what he was good at, and even liked. Not only was he calm and unafraid, his fighting spirit was stimulated. He rubbed his palms together and laughed loudly. "Tai Yi, we are friends who drank together. Although I was the one who knocked you out, ha ha ha, you used this formation to deal with me. When I go up, I will definitely give you 3 punches." These words, however, angered the military disciples. Although they admired Li Qingshan's strength, he was only a 7th-layer practitioner without using magic weapons. However, in a situation where he didn't use any magical weapons, he was only a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Even if he knew how to refine his body, who here didn't? Not to mention fighting, he would be exhausted to death. Han Thierry snorted coldly and said, "Then come and try. Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a piece of trash." Li Qingshan turned to Little An and said, "You wait here, watch how I break his array." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto the steps. More than 10 figures leaped up. It immediately obscured Li Qingshan's vision, and he bellowed out as he attacked his entire body at the same time. Their coordination was flawless. It was as if one person had sealed off Li Qingshan's front, back, left, and right. There was no way to dodge. Bang! 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 Li Qingshan's entire body was hit almost at the same time. His fists, legs, palms, and knees were like the sudden thrust of a spear or the violent strike of a sledgehammer. Even though it was a huge boulder, it was still smashed into pieces. "We've won." This was the thought of all the military disciples who attacked. Without any protective magical techniques, and without any protective Qi, how could he block their punches and kicks with just his flesh and blood? "This is our military school's welcoming ceremony," a military disciple said in response to Li Qingshan's joke just now. Li Qingshan lowered his head. His hair was shaken loose and fell down to cover his face. "Is that so? Then this kind of weak and powerless punch seems too unenthusiastic." The military disciple who spoke was suddenly stunned. Under the messy hair, a pair of beast-like eyes flashed with red light. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing his snow-white fangs. Li Qingshan's body shook, and the Qi gathered in his Dantian's sea of Qi surged out. All the military disciples who attacked were sent flying and fell on the ground far away. Their punches and kicks that landed on Li Qingshan's body were all in pain, but none of them groaned. Some of them even struggled and wanted to attack. "It's best if you don't attack people of this level. It won't be interesting." As Li Qingshan spoke, he continued up the steps. With every step he took, more and more powerful military disciples attacked him. He still didn't attack, only using his body to endure their punches and kicks. He didn't even bother to shake them off. Even if he didn't use his Qi to protect his body, the punches of 3rd or 4th-layer Qi practitioners wouldn't be able to injure him. On the steps, the military disciples surrounded Li Qingshan. They punched and kicked him, but they couldn't even slow down Li Qingshan's feet. Instead, they were shaken to the point where their hands and feet hurt. They were horrified. What kind of powerful defense was this? Li Qingshan could see that only when he reached the corresponding position would the stronger military disciples attack him. Han Tierry looked down from above. Their gazes met. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His body suddenly leaned forward, his arms hanging down naturally. The stone steps under his feet, which had been strengthened by magic, also began to crack. Li Qingshan suddenly disappeared in front of the military disciples. Li Qingshan was like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed towards the military disciples in front of him, directly rushing to the top of the steps. The tiger demon climbs the mountain was unstoppable. No one expected Li Qingshan to be so fast when he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the steps. He was only 10 steps away from Han Tierry. The military disciples all shouted, "Stop him!" Not a single military disciple could stand still. Hundreds of people were alarmed at the same time. If Li Qingshan rushed to the top of the steps, they would really become a laughingstock. "Eat my fist." Li Qingshan grinned. All the bones in his body made a clanging sound. He mobilized all the qi in his dantian. It was fine if he didn't attack, but when he attacked, he used all his strength. Suddenly, the scene before him darkened. It was like a wall had appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Han Tierry. The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, let out an angry roar. He clasped his hands above his head and smashed down like a battering ram. He was a mutant who had wrestled with Li Qingshan. He was born with divine strength and was unparalleled. After half a year of bitter training, his strength had increased by another level. This time, he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Bang! The high steps seemed to shake. The fist and the hammer collided. Wood Kuei's eyes were filled with shock. His huge body, under an unparalleled powerful force, was pushed back again and again. In the end, he sat on the high steps. Li Qingshan maintained the posture of swinging his fist. He did not take a step back. The ox demon gave him great strength, and the tiger demon gave him unparalleled explosive power. With the two combined, even the giant lumberman, who was born with divine strength, had to retreat. But with Wood Kuei blocking, it gave the military disciples a chance to block. Li Qingshan looked around. The strongest of them, an 8th-layer military disciple, was already in front of him. His fist was burning with raging flames. He had refined his body and qi into one. Even Li Qingshan could not underestimate him. Slightly further away were a dozen or so 7th-layer qi practitioners, each displaying their own skills. Their bodies shone with various colors of light. Even further away were several hundred men from the school of the military. They swarmed forward like a pack of wolves that had spotted their prey. On the way, Wood Kuei spread his arms wide again, assuming a stance that he would not back down. "That's more like it. Come at me together." Li Qingshan smiled. He turned around and charged into the crowd. He was like a ferocious tiger that had climbed to the top of the mountain. He turned around and counterattacked. Tiger demon descends the mountain. The first to bear the brunt was a 7th-layer qi practitioner. He waved his palm like a blade. His gung metal true qi condensed into a blade. The blade was as fast as lightning, and it specialized in breaking through protective true qi. The path of the military was not as gorgeous as spells, but it condensed all of its power into a single point. It formed a simple and unadorned killing move that could subdue the enemy. He planned in his heart that as long as he could force Li Qingshan to stop, they would be able to form a formation and attack Li Qingshan together. At that time, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he would not be able to break free. He could only wait to be tied up. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend. He allowed the gung metal long blade to slash at him. He laughed sinisterly and punched. At this time, whoever retreated would have their momentum greatly reduced. Since that was the case, then he would make you suffer. The military disciple clenched his teeth and swung his blade with all his might. Even an idiot would know which was more damaging, being hit by a blade or being punched by a fist. With a bang, that military disciple was like a kite with its string cut. He flew down the stairs and smashed into a group of his comrades behind him. His eyes widened. He saw that there was only a white mark on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of body-refining technique did he cultivate? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. Li Qingshan's gooey water Zhen-Qi was incomparably pure. Although it could not completely block the gung metal blade Qi, it could still delay it for a moment. Before the blade Qi could fully display itself, it was interrupted by Li Qingshan's fist. The remaining power was enough to break his ox demon forges its hide. We are both in the 7th layer of Qi refining, but my strength is greater, my speed is faster, and even my Zhen-Qi is purer than yours. How can you compete with me? Li Qingshan rushed left and right, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. What entered his eyes were human figures. He did not need to think about any moves at all. He only needed to throw punches and kicks. One by one, the military disciples were sent flying while screaming. On the high platform, other than Han Thierry, there were also a few military instructors. They could see that Li Qingshan was not a reckless person who would barge around randomly. He did not give the strongest military disciples a chance to surround him. Their comrades had instead become their hindrance. In such a chaotic scene, he was still able to control the overall battle situation. It was really shocking. And what was even more shocking was that he seemed to really want to rely on his own strength to defeat all these hundreds of military disciples. An old instructor asserted, with his physical strength and Zhen-Qi, it is impossible for him to last that long. A moment later, half of the military disciples had already fallen. They could no longer fight. Some had even fainted and directly rolled off the platform. This was only because Li Qingshan had held back. Otherwise, all those who had fallen would have been dead. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he was still full of energy and did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, he became more and more excited. He shouted awesome and grabbed a military disciple's leg. He used it as a weapon and swung it a few times before throwing it far away. The military instructors were all surprised. The old instructor who had spoken just now said, "This child is indeed unexpected. However, he will not be able to hold on for much longer." As expected, they saw that Li Qingshan's Zhen-Qi was already somewhat lacking. He could only use his Zhen-Qi to block when facing a more threatening attack. All the instructors nodded. However, after another moment, Li Qingshan could not even use his Zhen-Qi to protect himself. His dantian was completely empty. He was only fighting with the tenacity of an ox and the bravery of a tiger. His body also started to be wounded. Not only did his momentum not weaken, it became even more ferocious and reached its peak state. Chapter 319. Li Qingshan swept away the military disciples like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Without the protection of true qi, he was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. His chest, in particular, had an extremely obvious burnt black fist mark. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it belonging to others, and some of it his own. At his feet, there was a large number of military disciples lying on the ground. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled up and he laughed mischievously. This kind of battle was even more refreshing than drinking 50 jars of fine wine. He could cast aside all his worries and worries. The remaining dozens of military disciples looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. If it wasn't for Han Thierry and a few instructors watching from above, and the fact that their lives weren't in danger, they might have already collapsed. No matter how strong the willpower of the military disciples was, it wasn't endless. However, monsters also had times when they were weak. Don't let him recover his strength. Brothers, attack. But this kind of faint hope was quickly extinguished by Li Qingshan. He used his arms to clamp down on 2 military disciples. With a bit of strength, the 2 of them immediately stopped breathing and were thrown at his feet. At this moment, a fist arrived in front of him. He used his head to meet it head-on, and with a crack, his arm broke. Li Qingshan also shook his head. Although it looked like he would fall to the ground in the next moment, he stubbornly stood until the last military disciple fell. Just now, he laughed loudly. It wasn't that Li Qingshan's strength exploded, but that all the 7th layer disciples were defeated one by one in the chaotic battle. The strongest 8th layer Qi practitioner, Li Qingshan, risked being injured, took a punch from him, and killed him. The mutant Wood Kuei also took a kick from Li Qingshan and rolled down the stairs, unconscious. Even an exhausted tiger wasn't something a wolf cub could threaten. At this moment, there was no one left standing on the several hundred steps other than him. Li Qingshan said to little Anne, "Did you see that?" Unknowingly, it wasn't just little Anne who was watching from below. There were also many people who had heard the news. Disciples of other clans who had rushed over from other islands. All of them looked at him in astonishment. They watched helplessly as he defeated 90% of the military school's disciples by himself. Was he still human? Li Qingshan looked down from above and saw a crowd of people moving about. The grandeur was no less than his duel with Chu Tian. Hua Sengzon, Hao Pingyang, and the others were among them. Vaguely, Han Chengji seemed to be there as well. Li Qingshan, that coward? Has he entered secluded cultivation again to avoid battle? As soon as Han Chengji returned from a mission, she heard about Li Qingshan's battle with Chu Tian. A few months had passed. That little bit of interest from that day had faded away. From the day she learned that Li Qingshan had entered the School of Novels, she knew that he had probably lost the right to pursue her forever. She felt a little regretful. Until I heard that he was going to duel with the genius Chu Tian. Just now, I became interested and went to watch the battle, just based on my personal likes and dislikes. He had bet 500 spirit stones on him. In the end, he didn't come. She was instantly disappointed. That little bit of interest turned into disdain. She blamed herself for being blind back then. Hua Sengzon leaned against the door. Of course he came. I told you last time, you misunderstood him. He's not someone who would avoid a fight. Han Chengji continued packing. If you were a girl, I would have suspected that you've fallen for this kid. Or that you're love-struck. So what? Was he beaten half to death by Chu Tian and caused you to lose another 1,000 spirit stones? Hua Sengzon said, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean, but it's also extremely difficult for a woman to understand a man. This time, I won. Han Chengji stopped what she was doing. You mean? Of course. What I lost last time, I've earned it all back this time. Chu Tian is still bedridden in the medicine family. Also, that brat you mentioned is already at the 7th layer of Qi refining. I think it's only a matter of time before he catches up to you. Of course, if we were to fight now, you probably wouldn't be his match. Han Chengji said, what about him? How is he? He's practically unscathed. I heard that he's been writing a novel recently. Hihi, old Wang is going to go crazy when he hears about it. Han Chengji frowned. Did I make a mistake? Tell me, what's going on? Hua Sengzon told her the whole story. He was very articulate. If he was willing to tell a story, he would be the best storyteller. Han Chengji was fascinated by the story. She hated that she couldn't be there to cheer for Li Qingshan. It turned out that she had really misunderstood him. She threw away the things in her hands. No, I have to go see him. But then she stopped. I didn't go see him when he first joined the School of Novels. If I go see him now, won't he think of me, Han Chengji, as a snob? But he went into seclusion a few days after joining the School of Novels. She didn't go see him because she had something to do. Also, as a woman, it was really embarrassing to interact with people from the School of Novels. Just as she was feeling conflicted, a legalist disciple came to report, "Senior brothers and sisters, there's a show to watch again. Han Thierry set up a formation and wants to challenge Li Qingshan. Let's go and see." Hua Sengzon said. Han Chengji went with the flow. Her favorite thing in life was to watch a show. Net. After arriving, Han Chengji was glad that she didn't miss this battle. Looking at Li Qingshan running amok in the enemy's formation, she suddenly felt her heart beating fast. Her eyes were glued to him. Hua Sengzon smiled and said, "Who's the love-struck fool now?" Han Chengji blushed, but she didn't show any weakness. "Do you have a problem with that? This is the type I like. He's so much better than a pretty boy like you." Hua Sengzon touched his nose. A grown girl can't be kept at home. In the blink of an eye, your childhood sweetheart has become a pretty boy. They had known each other since they were young. Since young, he had been full of charm. As long as it was a girl, they would inevitably have some thoughts about him. She was the only one who maintained a pure friendship with him. It was because Han Cheongji came from a military family and didn't like dissolute men. No matter how strong Hwa Sungzon's charm was, it didn't work on her. Han Cheongji chuckled. This time, Brother Thierry is going to lose face. The old man's face must be ugly. Before she finished, a cold snort pierced the ears. Han Cheongji trembled and her face turned pale. Hwa Sungzon said, "What's wrong?" Han Cheongji gritted her teeth. "It's that old man. He's so cruel to his own daughter." Hwa Sungzon said, "No daughter has such a wild mouth." As they spoke, the outcome of the battle was decided. Han Cheongji looked at Li Qingshan, who was covered in wounds and was on the verge of collapse. She shouted, "You win. Come down. Wait. I'm going to beat you up now." Li Qingshan turned around and walked towards the high platform. He said to Han Thierry. Li Qingshan walked forward step by step until he was in front of Han Thierry. A military disciple who was lying on the ground suddenly got up and hugged Li Qingshan's waist. "Brothers, stop him." One by one, the military disciples who had lost their ability to fight desperately hugged Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan raised his fist and smashed it towards the military disciple who was hugging his waist. That military disciple simply closed his eyes but didn't let go. He didn't feel any pain. That fist, for some reason, was retracted. Li Qingshan took heavy steps with difficulty, forcefully dragging so many people with him as he made his way towards Han Thierry. He walked very slowly, but he was unwavering. With a bang, his feet finally stepped on the high platform and he punched at Han Thierry. Han Thierry raised his hand to stop the instructor who wanted to stop him. He didn't dodge or block and took the punch head-on. "Young general." The eyes of the military disciples all turned red. It was as if they were watching helplessly as the enemy general broke through their formation and killed their commander. Every single one of the military disciples who were still conscious felt humiliated. They clenched their teeth, and some of them even shed silent tears like children. "Let him go," Han Thierry ordered. "There are still 2 punches left." Li Qingshan stretched his muscles and said, "Such weak punches, even I find it boring to hit myself. You can owe it to me first. Wait for me to recover my strength. Let's hit again." With that, Li Qingshan fell backwards. A golden light flashed and little and transformed into the Vajra avatar and held Li Qingshan in his arms. He snored and slept soundly. Even in his sleep, there was a satisfied smile on his face. "Leave him to me. He needs some treatment." A woman came to Little and sighed. She had a picturesque appearance and a gentle voice. She was dressed in white and seemed to emit a gentle light at first glance. There was a white token on her waist with the word "one" engraved on it. On the platform, a medical disciple who was also dressed in white was working to diagnose the injuries of the military disciples and treat them. Han Thierry said to the woman, "Ayushin, thank you." Normal injuries could be treated by the military disciples. They could even recover by themselves with their strong physique. However, if it was more serious, they would have to ask the medical disciples to treat them to ensure that there would be no future trouble. "I took your money and helped you eliminate disasters. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Ayushin smiled gently and was very natural and unrestrained. As the biggest customer of the medical disciples, it was rare for the military to have so much business. "Senior Sister Ayushin, he seems to be fine," a muscular man said in a low voice. "I don't know if he suffered any internal injuries. It would be bad if there were any lingering injuries." "Little sister, don't you think so?" Ayushin squatted down and said to Little and Net. Although Little and felt that there would be no problems with Li Qingshan's body, she was still worried and nodded in agreement. A green leaf flew out of Ayushin's sleeve and expanded with the wind. It lifted Li Qingshan up and a green light rose up and enveloped his body. Some of the small injuries immediately began to heal. More green leaves flew out of his sleeve. There were more than 100 of them, and they lifted up all the military disciples who were more seriously injured. This was not a spell but a spiritual tool. A spiritual tool set. Although it was only a high-grade spiritual tool, its value was probably above that of a normal supreme-grade spiritual tool. Yu Xin glanced at Li Qingshan on the green leaf and pursed her lips. Such a powerful physique was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. It was worth researching. Han Thierry turned around and returned to the martial arts hall. Han Anjuan sat in the main seat, drinking wine with a three-legged bronze cup. There were 10 seats on either side of him, 9 of which were occupied by military disciples. Only the seat to Han Anjuan's right was empty. They were all 8th and 9th layer Qi practitioners. On the seat to Han Anjuan's left sat a bald-headed man with a fierce expression. He was also at the 10th layer Qi practitioner. The bald-headed man said, "General, why didn't you let us attack? Why did you let Li Qingshan be so arrogant?" The other 8 people were also filled with righteous indignation. They had watched their comrade be defeated by Li Qingshan in front of everyone. If it wasn't for Han Anjuan's overwhelming power, they would have been unable to hold it in and attacked long ago. In the 100 clans, other than the head disciple, there were a total of 10 disciples. They were the most respected and could be called core disciples. The 9 of them were the true arrogant soldiers and generals. They had the strongest battle power. If any of them participated in the battle just now, the outcome of the battle could be reversed. Han Anjuan said in a low voice, "Isn't it enough to bully the weak with numbers? Do you still want to bully the weak?" The bald-headed man was unconvinced. How can he unleash the power of the encirclement with his bare hands? If he used weapons and fought with real knives and spears, that kid would have died long ago. Han Anjuan slammed the three-legged bronze cup down. "I think the one who is truly arrogant is not him, but you." If he had used all his means to fight, he would have killed his way here in less than half an hour. You have trained well every day. When it comes to actual combat, you show your true colors. What a mess. Shameful, really shameful. Go back and reflect for 3 days. The usually silent Han Anjuan suddenly opened his mouth and berated them fiercely. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. After receiving the order, only Han Thierry was left. Han Anjuan's expression gradually calmed down. He revealed a rare smile. "Tai Yi, you have done well. They need some motivation. Don't think that just because they suffer a little every day, they are much stronger than the disciples of other clans." As the head of the military school, his feelings towards certain things were much sharper. He was much sharper than Liu Changqing. Under this peaceful scene, it seemed like another string was gradually being pulled taut. War was not far away. He wanted to borrow Li Qingshan's hand to fiercely temper the military disciples and prepare for the possible chaos. Losing face now was better than losing their lives in the future. He was not afraid of losing face for the military school. The dead had no face. I also did not expect him to be able to walk up like this. Han Thierry frowned. He did not doubt that Li Qingshan had the ability to charge up the platform, but he had indeed taken him by surprise after defeating everyone and making his way up step by step. His body practitioner technique is very extraordinary. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of the school of the military, or will have an additional 30% chance of victory in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures at the very least. Han Anjuan let out a sigh similar to the slovenly Daoist priest. If he were to evaluate the geniuses that had emerged from the entrance examination this time, Li Qingshan would definitely rank first. Chu Tian and Yu Zijian both paled in comparison. Although Little Lan's talent was monstrously great, he might not necessarily be suited for the path of the military. As for Li Qingshan, he was basically born to be a soldier. He liked to fight and kill, but he was also born with the courage of the sword and the heart of the zither. Han Thierry said, "He might not be a disciple of the school of the military, but you can still give him some guidance, General." Han Anjuan said, "I have the same thoughts. I'll leave this to you for now." Only when the big fish was fierce enough could the small fish be stirred up, unleashing their unprecedented potential and becoming even more united. Even without this reason, he could not bear to see such a great piece of material go to waste in a place like the School of Novels. "Yes, sir. Li Qingshan woke up from his dream. He was covered in a white bedsheet, with white walls and chairs. The curtains drifted gently in the wind, and sunlight poured in through the window. A bunch of pure white lilies sat at the head of the bed, giving off a faint fragrance. The sky had cleared up before he knew it, and warm sunlight shone in. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. He could feel that various parts of his body still ached slightly, but his mind was extremely at ease. Sure enough, compared to writing novels, this kind of life suited him better. I better give up on these unrealistic thoughts. He closed his eyes and sensed his body. There were no major issues. His dried-up dantian began to accumulate true qi bit by bit. True qi was a circulatory process. After such extreme usage, the recovery speed was extremely slow, but the quality had also increased. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. Although he did not receive a single word of advice from Han Anjuan, he had comprehended quite a lot. He was a combat genius. He could display his charm in battle, and in battle, he could unleash his potential. Although none of the military disciples were a match for him, the techniques they used, and even the feeling of being hit on his body had benefited him greatly. Ayushin walked in from outside the door. "You're awake." Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. Another beauty, and a 10th layer qi refinement beauty at that. As expected, there were plenty of fish in the sea. He really could not understand Hua Sungzon's thoughts. However, if he really had to compare, the person in front of him was indeed slightly inferior to Jiyu Yangying. He had no idea whether this feeling was real, or if it was because he had suddenly seen a supreme beauty after being trapped in the desolate village for over a decade, which was why she had left such a deep impression in his heart. Wasn't there a story about a scholar who ate a bowl of lotus root starch in a farmer's house when he was in dire straits? He only found it to be extremely delicious. Afterwards, he became a high-ranking official and tasted the lotus root starch made by renowned chefs everywhere, but none of them tasted the same. In the end, he found the original farmer's house and tasted it again, but it no longer tasted the same. He was very interested in finding an opportunity to verify this story. "I am Li Qingshan. May I ask for your name, fellow? How can Ayushin not know of fellow Li's great name? Was there anyone with the surname Ayu?" Li Qingshan was puzzled. He looked around. "Where's little Anne? He's been summoned back by the one-thought master. It's not like you're too sick to get up, so there's no need for you to keep watch over him." As Ayushin said that, she sat down on the side of the bed and pressed her slender hand against Li Qingshan's chest. His green robes had been ripped to shreds during the battle. Her hand that was as soft as jade slid down from his chest to his abdomen. "Your wounds heal very quickly. The life force in your body is basically startling. I ate an unknown fruit when I was young, and afterwards, I became so strong." Li Qingshan made up a lie casually. "Does that count as being interested in me? Heh, she must have seen my might in the school of the military and been drawn in by my bearing. Whatever, I can't just let her take the initiative. Li Qingshan has always been a person who does what he wants." He grabbed Ayushin's hand. "I really have to thank you for your meticulous treatment, miss." Ayushin's eyes narrowed. She tried to pull her hand back, but it did not budge. Her face became slightly red, but it was from anger. She had no lack of admirers in the 100 schools of thought, but it was really rare to see such a shameless person. Li Qingshan thought that his charm had already reached the level of Hua Sungzon. Ayushin said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, if you don't let go, I'll call for help." Only then did Li Qingshan let go of her hand. He said in surprise, "Didn't you touch me first? I'm a doctor, and you're a patient. This order can't be reversed." "What? Fellow Daoist, do you like to be massaged just like now? It's not impossible. This is also one of the services of our School of Medicine, but it's charged." Ayushin lowered her head and smiled faintly. She looked extremely charming. Li Qingshan was both excited and disappointed. "All right. How many spirit stones? Lie down. I'll go and prepare." Ayushin smiled sweetly and turned around to leave. After a moment, a muscular man barged in and roared like thunder. "You want a massage?" Li Qingshan was stunned. No, How can senior sister Ayushin do this kind of rough work? Come on. The muscular man did not say anything else. He took a step forward and fiercely slapped Li Qingshan's back with a pair of iron palms that could split stone. Your skills are not bad. After a moment, Li Qingshan stood up and sincerely praised. This muscular man was indeed a disciple of the School of Medicine. He looked rough, but his skills were extremely meticulous. Whether it was kneading, pinching, patting, or pressing, he completely stretched Li Qingshan's muscles and bones. At the same time, he injected a vigorous Emu True Qi into his body. Li Qingshan felt refreshed all over his body. The bruises on his body also disappeared. It was worth the spirit stones. The muscular man roared, "Thank you for your patronage." Li Qingshan stood up and took out a green robe from his 100 treasures pouch. He put it on and walked out. Ayushin laughed. How was it? How was my junior's skill? Not bad. Li Qingshan laughed. The muscular man's ferocious slaps had indeed cut off Li Qingshan's thoughts. If others did not have any thoughts, he was too lazy to think about it. It was not like he could not live without a woman. In this world, there were countless things to pursue. Ayushin was slightly surprised. She had thought that Li Qingshan would be embarrassed and displeased, or even angry. She had already prepared a set of words. But she did not expect him to be so calm. Furthermore, the way he looked at her had also returned to normal. It made her doubt her own charm. This is your first time coming to Benevolence Island, right? Let me show you around. When the chief disciple came, it was naturally the chief disciple who received him. Although it was a declining school of novels, Li Qingshan had already proven in front of everyone that he was worthy of such treatment. Strolling leisurely with a beauty as his companion, it was quite interesting. Li Qingshan casually asked about the School of Medicine. Doctors pay particular attention to curing illnesses and saving lives. Saving lives is one thing, but can cultivators also get sick? Ayushin said, of course not, but we can help him. We can make him get whatever illness we want him to get. In the School of Medicine, they were not some kind nanny character. Instead, they were good at using poisons and plagues. Poisons were naturally all kinds of poisons, and plagues were plagues. They collected all kinds of diseases and killed their enemies without leaving a trace. Among the gods that the School of Medicine worshipped, there was the god of plagues. It's not funny, Li Qingshan said. Is that so? That's strange. In the past, everyone laughed when I said it. Forget it. In life, it is inevitable to meet a few strange people. The illnesses of cultivators are usually not obvious, but they are hidden deep in the body. It may be damage to the meridians or imbalance of the 5 elements. It may not be life-threatening, but over time, it will affect cultivation. Besides these physical illnesses, there are also mental illnesses. I'm good at curing mental illnesses. Physical illnesses are fine, but once you get mental illnesses, it will be even more difficult to advance on the path of cultivation. For example, don't tell Commander Hua of the School of Legalism that I said it. Saving a cultivator's path of cultivation can also be considered saving a life. Li Qingshan grinned. Then why don't you save him? Ayushin said, he's already beyond cure. There's no cure for an illness that can't be cured. Buddha will save the fated. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Look at the two in front. They're also beyond cure. Even gods can't save them. Even gods can't save them. Li Qingshan looked up and saw Qian Rongji supporting Chu Tian as they strolled in the garden. Their faces were full of smiles. If it was not for the fact that he knew Qian Rongji's character and Chu Tian's temperament, he would really think that they were a match made in heaven. What illness are they suffering from? One is crazy, and the other is crazy. They're a good match. Li Qingshan smiled and turned to avoid them. Chu Tian was immersed in happiness and did not notice at all. Qian Rongji immediately sensed something and glanced over. When she saw Ayushin's back, she frowned. That woman was also very troublesome. Li Qingshan mentioned that he once had the intention to study alchemy in the School of Medicine. Ayushin said, "You're right to choose the School of Medicine. The School of Taoism only alchemy, but we can also refine medicine. What's the difference? Alchemy is for cultivation, but refining medicine can cure illnesses. Shin brought Li Qingshan to the School of Medicine's pharmacy for a tour. Sure enough, other than a dazzling array of elixirs, there were also various colored potions and powders. Li Qingshan saw a small box with the words jade skin powder written on it. He asked, "What illness is this used to cure?" Shin said, "It's used to cure the Black Plague." Black Plague? Shin looked at Li Qingshan and said, "Yes, it refers to people like you. If you use this medicine, in 3 days, at most 7 days, you can become a pure pretty boy." Li Qingshan shook his head. He was already used to Shin's words, which did not match her appearance and temperament. However, the medicine refined by the School of Medicine was indeed interesting. At least the School of Taoism's alchemy would not refine invisibility potions. There were even some that he had not even thought about. What illness is this used to cure? Li Qingshan pointed at a glass bottle filled with blue potions. You're talking about water of recollection. As the name suggests, it is naturally used to cure amnesia. If you accidentally forget your surname, drink it and you'll see the results. However, the side effect is that you'll easily lose your bearings. Shin casually said, but she saw Li Qingshan's expression suddenly change. Li Qingshan said, "You can remember anything you say. What about your past life?" Shin said, "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough to compete with Meng Po." Li Qingshan was a little disappointed, but then he heard Shin say, "However, as long as it's in your mind, you'll be able to remember it after drinking my medicine. Even if you want to know what you ate at noon 10 years ago, it won't be a problem. Can you give it a try? What's our relationship? Your surname is Li, I'm serious. 100 spirit stones per bottle. You don't have to give me that kind of expression. You're joking." Speechless, Li Qingshan drank a spoonful of water of recollection. Those dust-laden past events suddenly shook off the dust and rushed towards his face. They were clearly reflected in his mind. It was a page of a book, densely packed with small words. The first sentence was, "Zhong Wuji, turn around." Li Qingshan shouted in his heart, "My illness can be cured." Chapter 320. That's north. Shin raised her thumb and pointed behind her. Li Qingshan ignored her. "How much is this water of recollection?" "Ha, I was just making it for fun, I didn't think I could actually sell it." Shin retracted her smile and extended her hand. 100 spirit stones for 1 bottle, thank you for your patronage." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth. "Weren't you just joking?" Shin said, "Who told you not to laugh? This thing must be very important to you. I'm serious, you're going to make a scene." Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. This water of recollection was indeed very important to him, not only for writing novels, but also for little and 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones, 3 spirit stones. "What are you doing?" "Charging." Shin glanced at her hand that was being held. Li Qingshan shook her hand off. Shin smiled, Fine, a doctor should be like a parent. I can't bear to see you so anxious, so I'll give this water of recollection to you." Li Qingshan said, "You're that kind?" Shin said, "But you have to promise me one thing." Li Qingshan said, "What is it?" Shin lowered her voice, "If you fight with the military disciples in the future, use more force, it's best if you beat them to death. A good doctor should be like a parent. Children won't listen unless they're beaten." "Okay, I'll go first," Li Qingshan casually agreed, picked up the water of recollection, put it in his interdimensional pouch, and hurriedly went back to test it. "Wait. 3 spirit stones. What 3 spirit stones, aren't you giving?" Li Qingshan said, only to see Shin smiling and patting his hand. "You really want to charge? That's good. Give me 100 spirit stones." Li Qingshan grabbed Shin's hand and looked straight into her eyes. 4 spirit stones, 5 spirit stones. Shin's smile didn't change as she began to count. However, this place was not a deserted place, it was a place where people came and went. Many disciples of the 100 clans came here to get their medicine. Just now, Li Qingshan grabbing Shin's hand had already attracted some attention. Shin had been famous for a long time and was a famous beauty in the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was an influential figure who was in the limelight. These two were both head disciples, yet they were holding hands and looking at each other in public, drawing everyone's attention. They whispered into each other's ears and discussed animatedly. Hey, what do you think? Could it be that Li Qingshan has that kind of relationship with senior sister Shin? How dare you? 33. 34. Shin's smile didn't change as she snorted. Are you for real? 100 spirit stones, I can afford it. Li Qingshan wanted to teach this unscrupulous woman a lesson. Then come and give it a try. It's rare that spirit stones are so easy to earn. Shin said with a snort. Her face was slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Li Qingshan. What are you doing? Two angry shouts came from outside the pharmacy at the same time. One was Chu Tian's five-colored true energy, and the other was indeed Han Qiongji, who was also glaring at Li Qingshan. Chu Tian followed Qian Rongji's line of sight and immediately saw Li Qingshan. It could be said that when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When he saw him with Shin, he couldn't help but follow them. Ever since he came to the School of Medicine and saw Shin for the first time, he treated her as his woman. When he arrived, he saw Li Qingshan holding Shin's hand. Furthermore, Shin seemed to be doing it willingly, which made him feel betrayed. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Li Qingshan with a single palm strike. When Han Qiongji heard that Li Qingshan had woken up, she came to take a look at him. When she did, she was immediately filled with anger. Wo Sungzon, who was standing to the side, crossed his arms and smiled. This guy has some style. It seems that he can do whatever I can't. He couldn't help but think of Jiu Yangying and shook his head. It's impossible. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. Shin took the opportunity to withdraw her hand and said hatefully, 35 spirit stones. I'll pay you once you hand over the rest of the goods. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Without even glancing at Chu Tian, he directly made his way towards Wo Sungzon. Chungzan, what brings you here? Senior sister Han, long time no see. What are you glaring at me for? Fuck you. A voice rang out clearly in his ears through true qi. Li Qingshan felt like he had been struck by lightning, as this did not come from Han Qiongji, nor was it from Chu Tian. Instead, it came from Shin. He turned around and stared at Shin in disbelief. What did you say? Nothing. Shin continued to smile gently. Dressed in white, she stood gracefully, like a legendary angel in white. Han Qiongji said, Li Qingshan, I'm talking to you. I've specially come to see you. Oh, thank you. I'm fine. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Li Qingshan's head was currently completely occupied with the water of recollection. All he wanted to do was go back and test it out. Han Qiongji said, Oi, you. Li Qingshan had already left on a cloud. His voice rang out indistinctly, Oh right, Chu Tian, I wish you a speedy recovery. Chu Tian's face paled. He resisted the urge to strike out. The 100 strands of sword qi had caused extremely severe damage to his body. Even after so many days, he had yet to completely recover. He quickly arrived before Shin and asked in concern, Senior sister Shin, are you fine? Junior brother Chu, your body is fine, right? It's all thanks to the care of the three beauties. Those two? Chu Tian said proudly, they've all gone into closed-door cultivation for me. Ever since Li Qingshan came out of closed-door cultivation and defeated the genius Chu Tian, there was a craze for closed-door cultivation in the 100 schools of thought. Everyone wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like Li Qingshan. Shin was a little surprised. She glanced at Qian Rongji and said, this must be junior sister Qian's idea. It must have been hard on you. After a few months of closed-door cultivation, they came out to find that everything had changed. Even their man had been snatched away. Oh right, those two silly girls didn't care about sharing their man with others. However, they couldn't expect others to be as silly as them. It's all their own idea. They felt that they weren't strong enough, so they wholeheartedly wanted to help little Tien. I was very touched when I heard that, so I agreed to help them take care of little Tien for a few days. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. We're just friends. Qian Rongji smiled and said. It didn't take her much effort to send those 2 vases away. I've given them a lot of pills. After this closed-door cultivation, their cultivation will definitely improve greatly. You won't lose out if you become my woman. Chu Tian said as he looked at Yu Xin meaningfully. Qian Rongji smiled and said, Senior sister Yu Xin, little Tian is indeed a good man who's worth entrusting your life to. Haha, that's right, that's right. Yu Xin felt a little disgusted. There were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. She originally wanted to remind him that this kind of man was completely reckless and deserved to die. Good man, let this bad woman teach you a lesson. Qian Rongji relaxed. Alright, this woman won't come looking for trouble for the time being. If only all the men in the world were as good as Chu Tian, that would be great. I want to write novels. Li Qingshan said confidently as he returned to Cloud Wisp Island and pushed open the door. Under Liu Chuanfeng's astonished gaze, Li Qingshan returned to the house, took out the bottle of water of memory, and placed it on the table. The bottle was about 3 inches tall and filled with a deep blue, viscous liquid. It seemed to be a frozen memory. Li Qingshan picked it up and took a small sip. A somewhat bitter taste spread on the tip of his tongue. He quickly closed his eyes and tried hard to recall that forgotten memory. Actually, everyone had a photographic memory and a photographic memory. It was just that the useless information would slowly sink into the depths of the mind. The water of recollection brought back the memories that had been sealed for a long time. Every scene, every sound, and every emotion was clearly displayed in front of him. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and began to write vigorously. That familiar story reappeared in his hands. Liu Chuanfeng stood at the door in a daze. He didn't know what his beloved disciple was, but he didn't dare to disturb him, so he quietly left. Li Qingshan's writing speed became faster and faster. His right hand gradually became a blur. He felt that the ink in the inkstone had been used up after writing a few words, so he ground a small jar and placed it beside him. It was getting late, and there was a thick stack of novels on his desk. They were filled with messy handwriting, and the fine weasel hairbrush in his hand was almost bald. At this time, the words in his mind gradually became blurry. The effect of the water of memory was gradually wearing off. Li Qingshan put down the brush and rubbed his wrist. Let's call it a day. You wrote all this. Liu Chuanfeng, who had been patient for a long time, rushed out and grabbed the thick stack of papers on the table. Pa. Li Qingshan slapped his hand away. Don't move, I haven't finished writing yet. Saying it out loud made him feel heroic. The glory was no less than defeating 800 military disciples. Although it was just a copy, these were all small details. He had never written so many words in his entire life. Liu Chuanfeng said, How rare. What good things can you write like this? What I've written are all things that regular people would love to see and hear. I guarantee it'll be much more popular than your genteel stuff. Li Qingshan felt like he could already see the path of a successful novelist unfolding before him. As long as he had the water of memory, this path would definitely be easy and free, with no cost and great benefits. Although the level of martial arts in wuxia novels was a little low, he did not expect to rely on it to fight. In the qi refinement realm, no matter how powerful the characters were described, no matter how abundant the power of faith was, under the restriction of the divine talisman of great creation, the power of the summoned objects would be limited. At most, they would be at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. For ordinary qi refinement cultivators, being able to summon 4 or 5 fighters of similar cultivation level was already a very good thing. However, with Li Qingshan's strength, this kind of help was not that important. Instead, it would be a waste of the power of faith. The power of faith was an important resource. Through the divine talisman of great creation, it could turn illusory into reality. Right now, the divine talisman of great creation was only at the initial stage. As long as he continued to strengthen it, its effects would not be limited to a few novels. At this time, Little An walked in. When he saw Li Qingshan, he revealed an innocent smile. Chapter 321. Little An could always feel the change in Li Qingshan's mood, and strangely tilted her head. Li Qingshan drove Liu Chuanfeng out, closed the door, and aimlessly asked Little An about her recent practice. Little An was even more puzzled. Did something happen? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. He had never believed himself to be an irresolute person, but he understood now that the reason why he was not irresolute was because he had never encountered something that was truly difficult for him to decide on. Letting her recover her memory and find her original name and identity was once a wish in his heart. Sending her back to her hometown was the first promise he made in this world. But if this old wish and promise came at the same time, he would definitely not be able to smile. I found a good thing that may help you. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and told the truth. He took out the remaining half of the water of memory and explained its function to Little An. Then, Li Qingshan found that Little An's performance was not more calm than his. The hand holding the water of memory even trembled slightly, causing the blue liquid to tremble. There was no excitement and joy of being able to recover her memory. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her big eyes. I don't want to drink it. Why? Li Qingshan asked despite already knowing the answer. They were connected, so how could he not understand her worries? If it were possible, he would rather not know about the existence of this potion, even if he could not obtain the power of belief through writing novels. But as an adult, he could not let a child be willful, and he could not let himself be willful. He had to do what was good for her. Don't be willful. Try it. I just tried it, and the effect is not bad. Maybe it really works. Of course, it may not work, so don't expect too much. Little An raised her head. She looked straight into Li Qingshan's eyes and said with a heartbreaking expression, I'm not going anywhere, okay? Li Qingshan's heart gradually became firm and returned to normal. He grinned and kissed her forehead heavily. Wherever you go, I'll go. Xiaoan closed his eyes and gulped down the rest of the water of memory in the bottle. It was a slightly bitter liquid. Along the throat. It flowed into his stomach and turned into a mysterious energy that spread throughout his body. It soared straight into the sky. After a long time, Little An opened his eyes. Li Qingshan said, How is it? Little An shook his head. I don't feel anything. Ever since the day she started cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, her soul had been growing. After countless days and nights of cultivation, her bones had long since become as hard as diamond. Not only was it difficult for external forces to damage them, even foreign energies were unable to seep into them. Therefore, whether it was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth or taking elixirs, to her, it didn't have any effect. The only thing it strengthened was her body. Only by using flames to devour flesh and blood and refine white bones was her only path of cultivation. The effects of the water of memory were naturally ineffective against her. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. The effects of that woman's medicine aren't that good. Don't worry. You can slowly think about your memories. Little An grunted softly and asked curiously, That woman? She's a messy woman. Don't worry about her. Come, take a look at my novel. Li Qingshan carried her onto his lap and showed her the manuscript that he had painstakingly copied. Little An read very seriously and pointed out the strange parts of the book from time to time. The so-called strange parts referred to the fact that wuxia novels were not acclimatized to this world. There were many problems with the usage of words and allusions. Li Qingshan felt his head swell again. As it turned out, copying novels was not that easy. What should I do? He had not read many novels. It had only been 1 or 2 years since he left Crouching Ox Village. His understanding of this world could not be considered deep. Little An smiled. I have an idea. Liu Chuanfeng bit the tip of his pen, trying to guess just what this disciple of his had written. Li Qingshan suddenly strode in. Do you have a novel to read? Liu Chuanfeng said, What do you want to read? Li Qingshan said, Not yours. It's best if it's some famous and popular ones. The more the better. What's wrong with mine? Liu Chuanfeng immediately refuted. He was no longer the master of Moonbreeze from before. He immediately took out a letter from his 100 treasures pouch. Take a look. How did they praise me? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him, and Liu Chuanfeng took out a great pile of books from his 100 treasures pouch obediently. There were several hundred of them. Li Qingshan picked them up and left. Liu Chuanfeng called out from behind, "Be careful. These are all prized copies." His monk robes drifted about as the One-Thought Master arrived on Cloudwisp Island silently. He arrived outside the bamboo building where Li Qingshan resided. His gaze pierced through the layers of bamboo and saw two figures, one large and one small, illuminated by a lone lantern. Little and lay on the floor, reading. He flipped through the pages quickly, and over a dozen books had already piled up beside him. Li Qingshan stood there as if he was thinking about something. He would twist his body from time to time and swing his fists and feet. He was currently summarizing and comprehending the gains and losses of the battle today. If he were to read a book, he would need to read 7 out of 10 pages. However, when he recalled the battle today, it was like a movie was playing through his head. He could clearly understand every single punch and kick. He could even clearly remember how he had defeated every single military disciple. Gradually, the figures in the surroundings dimmed, and the expressions and figures of every single military disciple blurred. All that remained was a group of military disciples that seemed like matchsticks on the long flight of stairs, all rushing up. He imitated their moves and how they exerted their strength. The lantern light projected his shadow onto the wall, moving quickly and forcefully in the narrow space. One of them moved while the other remained still, but it formed a wondrous, warm atmosphere. The One-Thought Master found it strangely familiar. Only after quite a while of thought did he remember that this was the feeling of home. In order to save some lamp oil, his mother would sew clothes under the moonlight, while he would swat away the fireflies in the courtyard. The One-Thought Master dismissed these thoughts in a hurry and sighed silently. How was it possible for a monk to constantly think about the word home? In the past few days, Li Qingshan's performance that completely exceeded regular cultivators had only made him worry more and more. They were not related by blood. She was still young right now, but once she grew a few years older and developed those feelings, it would probably be even more difficult to sever them. It would be even more messy, and it would be even more difficult to sever them. After hesitating for a moment, the One-Thought Master turned around and left. He had to make his fellow disciples enlighten her with the supreme truths of Buddhism during this assembly of Dharma so that she could sever her ties with the world. The rustling of pages and the sounds of punches and kicks stopped one after another. I'm done. Li Qingshan sank his qi into his dantian and smiled. If the situation today repeated itself, he was confident he could achieve victory even more easily. Little and smiled. Let's begin. Under the lantern light, Li Qingshan wrote while Little and spoke. The two of them modified the novel bit by bit to make it more suitable for this era. Before they knew it, time passed by bit by bit. Chapter 322. Did you really write this? Liu Chuanfeng held a thick stack of manuscripts and said in disbelief. There were several 100,000 words at the very least, yet Li Qingshan had only used a few days. You didn't copy it, did you? Li Qingshan said without any confidence. Nonsense. Have you read the same novel before? Liu Chuanfeng said, you can't gather any power of belief from plagiarism at all, no matter how well you copy it. For example, the divine talisman of merit. No matter how far away the cultivator who did good was, even if there was someone with the exact same name and appearance as him, the merit would never go to the wrong person. This was the wonders of divine talismans. Li Qingshan's heart pounded. He had copied something from his past life, and it belonged to another world. Only in this world could he be considered an original work. All right. Let me take a look and see what you've written. I'll help you edit it. Liu Chuanfeng leaned over the table and read. Li Qingshan strode out. Over the past few days, he had been copying and editing. Even with Little Anne's assistance, it still left him dizzy. After editing his Virgo novel, The one thought master summoned Little and back to the Ansrava temple to listen to the scriptures. He said he had to make preparations for the upcoming assembly of Dharma. Little and only said he would find a way to get some more pills before leaving in a hurry. It made Li Qingshan rather apologetic. After dealing with the matter of the School of Novels, it was time for him to properly gather his resources and prepare for the final step. Although it was called the final step, Li Qingshan dared not underestimate it at all. It was very likely that the difficulty of this step would be greater than all the previous steps combined. There were many living examples around him, such as Liu Chuanfeng, Hua Sengzon, Yu Xin, and so on. They were all 10th layer qi practitioners. There was also the dangerous heavenly tribulation that lay between them. He could not afford to be careless. Although he still had a lot of the resources he had collected from the massacre in the underground world, he still had a lot left. Spirit stones were still manageable, but spiritual tools and talismans. However, it was not that simple. After arriving at the 100 schools of thought, he had also asked Sun Fubai about it, and found out that the School of Miscellany, which specialized in this kind of business, rarely bought these things. Even if they did, the price was very low. The world had been peaceful for so long that there were very few fights and killings. Without demand, there was no market. On the contrary, the number of qi practitioners had increased exponentially. As the number of spirit grasses decreased, the price of high-grade medicinal pills continued to rise. Furthermore, Li Qingshan himself had a lot of concerns. The origins of these things could not be considered legitimate. If he were to sell these things on a large scale, it was hard to guarantee that it would not attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. After interacting with people like Qian Rongji and Hua Sengzon, Li Qingshan deeply understood that there were many smart people in the world. One small clue would reveal the general trend. For some people, it was an instinct. He admitted that he did not have the ability to do so, so all he could do was to be as cautious as possible and not leave any flaws. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingshan's gaze gradually became firm. I'll take it step by step. The first step was to issue missions in the mission hall of Contention Island. Li Qingshan's gaze constantly flickered across the notice board. Very soon, he locked onto one of them. It was a mission issued by the Department of Agriculture, which was to water the wheat fields. It sounded simple, but it clearly stated that the disciple had to know the spiritual rain technique. The spiritual rain technique was a large-scale healing technique. Not only could it heal wounds, but it could also recover spiritual qi. If it were used in battle, it would be a decisive technique. Due to the difficulty of learning it was very high, there obviously weren't many people interested in it in this day and age. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan possessed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, which allowed him to master any water element technique with ease, he would not have wasted time learning this technique either. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that the reward for this mission was rather generous. It was clearly winter on the Longevity Island of the Department of Agriculture, but the island was brimming with life. Earth Elemental Huang sat on the ridge of the fields and smoked. He drew a circle on the vast golden wheat field in front of him. Every inch and 3 centimeters of rain falls on this land. If you miss a centimeter, a spiritual stone will be deducted. Do you understand? He did not give Li Qingshan any special treatment because of his outstanding performance recently. Li Qingshan said politely, I understand. He closed his eyes and prepared for a while. A streak of light rose up from his hand and flew into the air. It turned into a large, fine layer of spiritual rain and fell from the sky. The wheat sprouts that had originally been rather withered immediately straightened up, as if they were absorbing the spiritual rain. Earth Elder Huang was slightly surprised. Originally, he thought he would have to use the spiritual rain technique several times before he could finish watering such a large field of wheat, but Li Qingshan had only used it once. The area was startlingly large, and if he counted carefully, the amount of spiritual rain that fell was exactly 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters. Well done. Li Qingshan smiled and accepted the spiritual stones. These spiritual stones sure were easy to earn. He only needed to use the technique once. Apart from watering the wheat field, there seemed to be missions to water the medicinal garden for the School of Medicine in the mission hall. You want to learn alchemy from me? Ayushin sized up Li Qingshan with a strange gaze. He had a sincere expression and was even holding a watermelon in his hand. This is just a gift for becoming my disciple. If you agree, I can pay you spiritual stones. Of course, the price can't be too excessive. This was Li Qingshan's second step, to master alchemy as soon as possible. And this watermelon was plucked by Earth Elder Huang from the melon field next to him for perfectly completing the mission. The School of Medicine has alchemy classes, and it doesn't cost a single spiritual stone. It's too much of a waste of time. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although the professor's lessons were not bad, they had to consider each disciple's comprehension ability and slow down the process. Although explaining the profound in simple terms was interesting, it would also waste a lot of time. Moreover, the level of those professors might not even be comparable to the one in front of him. Although Ayushin had a rogue mouth, she was a good person. Later on, he asked her for water of recollection twice, but she did not accept spiritual stones. Moreover, as a great beauty, she did not put on any airs, so she naturally became his first choice. Ayushin said, "Let me think about it. Let's eat the watermelon first." He cut open the watermelon, and the bright red flesh exuded a strange fragrance. Li Qingshan took a bite, and it melted in his mouth. It was as sweet and fragrant as honey, and it even contained a wave of spiritual energy that merged into his Dantian's sea of qi. Li Qingshan pondered. The planting techniques of the School of Agriculture were indeed profound, and their effects were not inferior to ordinary pills. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the School of Agriculture. Compared to alchemy, he preferred planting. Ayushin was still looking at Li Qingshan. Her pearly white teeth bit into the watermelon, and her pink lips were dyed red. Then, with a slurping sound, she interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts. "Can you be a little quieter?" Ayushin said, "Children don't know anything. To eat a watermelon, you have to suck it." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and put down the watermelon skin. He saw that the large watermelon had entered her stomach in the blink of an eye. Ayushin wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "No." "What?" "I've thought about it." "No, send the guest away. Spit out my gift of becoming my disciple." Li Qingshan really wanted to strangle her. "Do you really want it?" Ayushin pretended to stick her finger into her mouth, as if saying, "If you want it, I'll spit it out." Although Li Qingshan felt a little disgusted, he gritted his teeth and said, "Spit it out." Ayushin spat out a seed. "Go back and plant it yourself, idiot." "Ha ha ha." Li Qingshan grabbed the seed and showed a regretful expression. He shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, what a pity." Ayushin said, "What's a pity?" Li Qingshan said, "Originally, I wanted to use the true spirit pill as payment, but she didn't appreciate it. I'll go find Jukenzi. When it comes to alchemy, the school of Taoism is still the best." "Wait, you're talking about the true spirit pill?" Ayushin's expression changed. The true spirit pill was a crucial pill for qi practitioners to foundation establishment. She was currently at the 10th layer. She had reached this threshold, so she could not help but be interested. Li Qingshan said, "Yeah, you have true spirit pills?" "I don't believe you." Ayushin recovered her composure and shook her head with a gentle smile. Right now, true spirit pills were priceless in the cultivation world. One of the most important spirit herbs to refine true spirit pills, the blue butterfly flower, was almost extinct. The blue butterfly flower only grew in spirit stone mines and was not something that could be cultivated by spirit-gathering formations. Across the entire Clear River Prefecture, sects and clans that possessed spiritual stone mines could be described as few and far between. After all these years of mining, the blue butterfly flowers they produced became even fewer. They did not even have enough to refine pills for themselves, much less sell them. She had been in the School of Medicine for many years, but she only possessed 2 right now. With Li Qingshan's background, it was impossible for him to possess something like that. However, little did she know that not only did Li Qingshan possess true spirit pills, but he also possessed more than one. He possessed a great pile of blue butterfly flowers as well, and he had once possessed a field of blue butterfly flowers. Li Qingshan said nothing. He casually fished out an embroidered box from his 100 treasures pouch and opened it with a smack, revealing the true spirit pill inside. Aryushin held her cheek and sighed gently. In order to pursue your senior sister, you've actually taken out true spirit pills. Your senior sister is very touched, Li Qingshan said. Stop flattering yourself. Are you going to teach me or not? Aryushin extended her hand and grabbed the embroidered box, closing it gently. I'll teach you, but it's best if you keep the true spirit pill properly. With the speed at which you cultivate, you might be able to use it in just a few years. You can't go without this during your foundation establishment. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He never thought she would have a considerate side to her. Aryushin smiled. Let's still count spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones a day. I'll teach you very seriously and carefully. You can just directly say that you're very good at stalling for time. I'm a man of my word. When I can refine true spirit pills with my alchemy, this true spirit pill will be yours. What do you think? If he could refine all the blue butterfly flowers in his 100 treasures pouch into true spirit pills, their value would far exceed those spiritual artifacts and talismans, and he definitely would not have to worry about a lack of demand. This would be the most important step for him to reach Demon General. Li Qingshan extended his right hand, and Aryushin patted it gently. She smiled and said, "Deal." Actually, this kind of agreement was the same as a duel. Originally, he should have gone to Contention Island, set up a written contract, and find a witness. However, Li Qingshan was not too sure about this, and Aryushin did not mention it either. At dusk, Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island. He exhaled softly, feeling rather tired. This was not only because he had been learning alchemy, but also because Aryushin would say some weird things from time to time, giving him a headache. However, under the stimulation of the true spirit pill, she could be said to be teaching with all her might. Her teaching efficiency was extremely high, and there was no need for him to go to class on time. This resolved one of Li Qingshan's worries. Refining the true spirit pill was not a dream, and becoming a demon general was not a dream either. Because they were too serious, they would only make those who did it look solemn, and those who listened solemnly. Getting Jiyu Yangying could be considered half a dream. Although he was so serious, he almost made a certain fellow collapse from laughter. When a lowly person hears the truth, he will laugh aloud. If he doesn't laugh, he won't be able to reach the truth. Who the fuck cares what other people think? I, Li Qingshan, will become the strongest, most famous person, or demon in the 9 provinces. All of his down-to-earth efforts were for the sake of reaching a dream. The so-called novel was only the first step in this colossal plan. Why did he have to go through all this trouble to come up with some fake name? Great novelist Li Qingshan. I like this name. I'll get Uncle Fu to help me advertise it properly. I'll pay 10 million taels of silver myself so that everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knows my great name. What great name? Just as Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his thoughts clear, Wasungzon arrived with the wind. Li Qingshan went up to receive him. Why have you come? When Wasungzon heard that Li Qingshan had actually written a novel, he hesitated again and again before asking, "It can't be like that, right? Old Wang hasn't been in a good mood recently." Li Qingshan said, "Am I that kind of person?" It made Liu Chuanfeng blush. He felt indignant. "I think so too. I heard you were on Benevolence Island this afternoon." Wasungzon smiled meaningfully. Just like that, he had managed to hook up with the greatest female primary disciple of the 100 schools of thought, and he had even managed to seduce that tomboy Han Qiongji. His charm was so great that someone like Liu Chuanfeng could not rival him. Don't misunderstand. I'm just learning alchemy. Li Qingshan explained in a hurry. Aryushin was very nice, but she clearly did not have any feelings for him. He did not want to ruin her reputation, nor could he be bothered to use this opportunity to pursue her. When it came to pursuing, there was always the word beg, but he just happened to hate begging the most. He was not born in this world to be a servant for some woman. This was the same even for Jiyu Yangying. Whatever, let's not talk about that. Do you have time recently? Wasungzon did not believe him. He had experienced that woman's temperament quite a bit. It was impossible for her to spend time teaching Li Qingshan alchemy for no good reason. What for? A trial mission. This had always been a tradition of the Hawkwolf Guard. Whether it was a new Hawkwolf Guard or a new Hawkwolf Guard, they all had to complete a trial mission to prove that they had the right to take up the position. Although it was more symbolic than practical now, it was still necessary. As a new Scarlet Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan could not avoid it either. What mission is it? Li Qingshan felt even more convinced that having Yu Xin teach him alone was the correct choice. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to learn alchemy in its entirety and refine true spirit pills with the interference of so many other matters? One of our Nighthawks has been killed. It might be related to the White Lotus sect. Don't worry, it's just an investigation mission. If you find the culprit, you can take revenge for our people along the way. If you can't, you can just report back. Li Qingshan said, my previous trial mission was also an investigation mission. In the end, not only did he have to kill the zombie Daoist, but he even had to deal with the entire Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Hua Sungzon said, as long as altar lords don't appear, regular Qi practitioners probably won't be able to harm you at all. Commander Jiyu has surrounded and hunted down most of the altar lords of the White Lotus sect a long time ago. The remaining ones are too afraid to show themselves. There's another reward for completing the mission. What reward? Hua Sungzon smiled. The one you've been looking forward to all this time. Go to the Rui Commandery and see Commander Jiyu. This had been a tradition of the Hawkwolf Guard for many years. New members had the right to see their superior commander. If they were lucky and caught his attention, there would be many benefits. Chapter 324. When do we set off? Li Qingshan asked. The sooner the better. It's best if we set off tomorrow. All right, then tomorrow it is. Report to the prefectural city tomorrow. Oh right, give me a copy of the printed book. Hua Sungzon left behind the uniform and blade of a Scarlet Wolf Guard before bidding farewell and leaving. The next day, Li Qingshan changed into a set of handsome Scarlet Wolf uniform and arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River City. He made his way to the highest floor and knocked on Hua Sungzon's door. The person who opened the door was Han Cheongji. As soon as she saw it was Li Qingshan, she shot a vicious glance at him before moving aside in exasperation, ignoring him. Li Qingshan was confused. However, this first young Miss Han had always been temperamental, so he did not take it to heart. Hua Sungzon sat behind the table with his hands crossed and a smile on his face. He seemed confident at all times. He gave a simple explanation of the mission. The Hawkwolf Guard who had been killed was called Ju Pei. He used to be a Nighthawk, but due to his meritorious service in the mission against the Truth-Seeking Society, a remnant of the White Lotus sect, he recovered his identity as a regular Hawkwolf Guard. A few days ago, he was killed while carrying out a mission, and his corpse was sent back. The word traitor was carved on his body. It was suspected to be the work of a remnant of the White Lotus sect. When Li Qingshan heard the words Truth-Seeking Society, he suddenly remembered that he had seen Ju Pei before, and he had personally destroyed the Truth-Seeking Society. The suspected murderer was the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society, Chiu Ruelio, who had once escaped from his hands. He never thought the mission would land on him again in the end. The coincidences of the world really were unpredictable. However, it was not actually a coincidence. There were several hundred cities under the jurisdiction of the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sungzon had countless missions on hand, but Li Qingshan came from the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, while Ju Pei's post was in Jiaping as well, which was why he had specially given him this mission. It felt like he was returning home in glory. The documents were placed on the long table, and both hands reached over at the same time. Li Qingshan and Han Cheongji looked at each other and looked at Hua Sungzon at the same time. Isn't that my mission? Hua Sungzon said seriously, although it is an investigation mission, it concerns the White Lotus sect. Don't be careless. According to the rules, at least two people must work together. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand. He didn't say anything else. Han Cheongji was strong enough. Although she had a bad temper, He could reach Jarping in the afternoon by riding on the clouds. After a little investigation, it would only take 1 or 2 days at most. There was nothing that he couldn't tolerate. Besides, she was a beauty after all. She would be able to relieve some of the loneliness of the journey. Han Cheongji slammed the table. No. I disagree. Hwa Sungzon said solemnly, this is the commander's order. No matter how unassuming they usually were, the Hawkwolf Guard still had a clear hierarchy, and their laws were strict. Unless Han Cheongji left the Hawkwolf Guard, she would have to listen to his orders. Han Cheongji stared at Hwa Sungzon. Then she glanced at Li Qingshan to the side. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something, and her face reddened slightly. Watching the two of them leave, Hwa Sungzon leaned back in his comfortable, high-back chair. Junior sister, this is all your senior brother can do for you. Ever since they were young. It was extremely rare for a man Han Cheongji admired. If that was not the rarest part, then what was even rarer was that Han Anjuan admired this man as well. As her childhood friend, he obviously had to lend her a hand. When the two of them were alone, it was the best way to improve their relationship. If she returned to her hometown with Li Qingshan, that would be even better. This was basically helping a friend. If Li Qingshan could rely on the Han family, he would also benefit endlessly. With Han Anjuan nearby and Han Angua looking after him from afar, he no longer had to worry about a lack of cultivation resources. It was basically a match made in heaven. It was just a joke back then, but he never thought there would actually be a chance for it to come true. He had to admit that Li Qingshan was developing quite well. As for Jiyu Yangying, it was best if she woke up from her daydreams sooner. Arriving outside, Han Cheongji asked, was this your idea? Of course not. Li Qingshan curled his lip. First young miss, even if you can get whatever you want, there's no need for me, Li Qingshan, to resort to such underhanded methods. Han Cheongji raised an eyebrow. What, am I not worth your underhanded methods? Worth it, very worth it. Can you wait for me? I need to go somewhere first. Li Qingshan gave a perfunctory reply as he looked around. That's more like it. Where are you going? Acting so mysterious, can't you see the light of day? Li Qingshan said, then let's go together. It was inconvenient to use spells in the city, so he walked slowly to a small building at the edge of the city. On the signboard hung the words Cloud Wisp Society. Han Cheongji said in surprise, this was done by your school of novels? Li Qingshan chuckled and did not explain. It was also his first time coming to this place. He was naturally here to see how his new book would be published. Last night, Liu Chuanfeng had personally delivered the manuscript to him. When Sun Fubai and Liu Chuanfeng heard about Li Qingshan's arrival, they came out to receive him together. When they saw Han Cheongji, they were slightly surprised. There were many young masters and young misses from aristocratic clans in the Clear River Prefecture, but rarely were they more powerful than the person before them. She was traveling with Li Qingshan, so they could not help but wonder. For Li Qingshan's sake, Han Cheongji bowed towards Liu Chuanfeng in an indifferent manner. What are you doing here? Liu Chuanfeng began to admire his beloved primary disciple's impressive methods even more. In the past, she would never look him in the eye when she saw him. You'll know with a single look. Sun Fubai welcomed the two of them in with a chuckle. They took a look around the Cloud Wisp Association. In the hall upstairs, the various storytellers were currently reciting Li Qingshan's book, preparing for their future performances. They all agreed that Li Qingshan's writing was extremely fascinating, and it was extremely suitable for storytellers. However, due to the lack of ancient charm, and it was not in the style of scholars or beauties, it would take a lot of effort to get a singer to compose a tune. Li Qingshan waved his hand. If I can't sing it, can I act it? He pulled out something like a play, and the group of people felt enlightened. In another room, a group of painters illustrated the characters in the book. This idea originated from Liu Chuanfeng. He discovered that ever since he began illustrating, his pornographic books sold much better, and it became slightly easier to collect the power of belief. In the workshop behind the Cloud Wisp Association, over a dozen printing machines he had bought from the Mohis school were operating at full capacity, humming as they printed square characters onto white paper. All he had to do was insert the characters, and he could repeat the process. After being bound, he would be able to turn it into a book. Li Qingshan looked around and expressed great satisfaction. I really don't have the time to spare, so I'll have to trouble you with the matters here, Uncle Fu. Son Fubai said, we're all family. Don't you think you're treating me like an outsider by saying that? When are we leaving? Han Qiongji asked impatiently. These people from the School of Novels were just so weird. As cultivators, what was so interesting about mixing around with these mortals? She also flipped through a stack of paper, but she found it boring after a single glance. Apart from cultivation methods, she had no interest in anything related to literature. She only felt that compared to fighting against the disciples of the School of the Military, he really was not that admirable. He, who wrote novels, really was not that admirable. Let's go right now. Li Qingshan thought about how his great name would spread through the Clear River Prefecture before long, so he was in a great mood. Let's go together. Mine's faster. Arriving outside, Han Qiongji was just about to take out the shuttle when Li Qingshan said something. Her face eased up slightly, but it immediately tensed up again. She was the first young Miss Han. No matter what, she could not allow herself to lose face. Even if she had a good impression of him, she could not flatter him, let alone the fact that this guy was bold enough to treat her like nothing on Benevolence Island. The cloud rushed into the air, directly flying towards Jiaping City. They returned along the path they had taken in the past. Li Qingshan sighed inside. Han Qiongji had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she faced him, she thought about why Wasungzon had arranged this. She wanted to get along better with him, but she was also afraid of embarrassing herself. If she lost her temper as she pleased, she would just be like a young girl in love. It was not her style at all. It was not just her usual style. In Li Qingshan's eyes, she was just like a young girl, yet she just had to pretend to be something else right now. It was very awkward. For a moment, he was actually unable to say anything. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's sighs came and went quickly. A while later, he began chatting with Han Qiongji, and only then did Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief. However, she was still tense, doing her best to maintain a sense of propriety. This just happened to be what she was the least proficient in. As they spoke, Li Qingshan felt that the first young Miss Han's personality had suddenly changed drastically. She had become reserved. Although she had lost some of her sharpness, she had also lost some of her straightforwardness. He found this strange, but they were not exactly close, so he could not delve into it. Never did he understand that his venting chaotic battle in the School of the Military would touch on her tiny feelings. After 4 hours of traveling, he saw a lone mountain in the distance, standing on the side of a great river. A hawk spread its wings on the mountain, overlooking the city below. The cloud vanished beneath his feet, and Li Qingshan landed firmly on the top of the mountain. He looked around. It's been a while, Jiaping. The Black Hawk commander, Fang Inshang, led all the Black Wolf Guards on the mountain to receive him. There were quite a few former members of the Hawkwolf Guard among them. All they saw was Li Qingshan in his Scarlet Wolf uniform, with a great beauty from the Scarlet Wolf Guard standing beside him. Just her composed bearing alone was incomparable to regular women. They were filled with indescribable envy, as well as some sour jealousy. When Li Qingshan first joined the Hawkwolf Guard, they had personally witnessed him. He was just a kid from the mountains. Never did they think he would reach such heights in just a short year or two. Fang Inshang bowed politely. Fang Inshang greets the two sirs. Li Qingshan returned Fang Inshang's bow. Han Qiongji went up and patted Fang Inshang's shoulder. Little Fang, long time no see. Why are you still at the 6th layer? Fang Inshang said, you're still as unforgiving as ever, second senior sister. How can my talent match up to you, senior sister? And fellow Qingshan, when I first saw him, he was only at the 5th layer. Because Han Qiongji was second in the School of Legalism, she was referred to as the second senior sister. Thank you. I think Commander Fang's bearing has changed drastically instead. You've matured quite a lot. Li Qingshan only felt that Fang Inshang had lost some of his naivety and gained the bearing of a commander. You're two grown men, yet you keep praising each other. Don't you find it embarrassing? Tell me, just what happened? Having escaped from the awkward situation where the two of them were alone, Han Cheongji returned to normal and immediately took charge. She asked about the ins and outs of the matter as she got Fang Yinshang to take them to inspect Ju Pei's corpse. It was possible to tell that Han Cheongji was very experienced in handling situations like this, so Li Qingshan was willing to serve as a foil. He said nothing. In the chilly morgue, a layer of white cloth was lifted, and a body that had turned blue lay there. Sure enough, the word traitor was carved into the body. Li Qingshan had seen life and death before, so he treated it like nothing. He only frowned in thought. He felt like with Priest Cho's temper, he did not seem like someone who would do something like this. This seemed more like the revenge of a third-rate member of the Jianghu. To a large extent, the truth-seeking society had not been destroyed by the hands of the Hawkwolf Guard. Instead, it had been destroyed by Niu Juxia, who had appeared out of nowhere. Even if he knew Ju Pei was a spy, his hatred should not have run so deep. Wasn't a single stab enough? Han Cheongji showed no fear at all. She studied the corpse, but she did not show the bashfulness of regular women. Instead, she became furious. She covered the corpse with the white cloth and said, "How audacious of you to provoke the Hawkwolf Guard like this. Little Fang, do you have any leads?" Fang Yinshang said, "I was just about to say that yesterday, an informant reported that Priest Cho had appeared in the northwest. He seemed to have traveled in the direction of ancient Wind City." Li Qingshan became even more suspicious. He had personally experienced Priest Cho's craftiness. How could a person like that be tracked down by regular people? And, wasn't ancient Wind City where the Qian family resided? His second trial mission actually pointed there again. Was it a coincidence, or was there some other reason? With a swish, Han Cheongji covered the corpse with the white cloth and said to Li Qingshan, "Let's go right now." Li Qingshan hesitated. It probably won't be as simple as it seems. As a result, he voiced out his doubts. In the past, Han Cheongji definitely would have mocked Li Qingshan for worrying. However, after going through so much, she knew he was not a coward. However, if she did not rush to ancient Wind City immediately, find Cho Ruelio, and kill him, it did not fit her personality either. "Then what do you think we should do?" Fang Yinshang was slightly surprised. It was quite rare for his second senior sister to ask for someone else's opinion. Apart from the two commanders, she had always been a person of her word in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan considered it for a while. "Let's do as you say." Although there was something suspicious about this, he trusted Hua Sungzon's judgment. There was no danger with this, or he would have warned them. Had the altar lord of the White Lotus sect set down such a great trap, even going as far as to expose his own tracks just to ambush two Qi practitioners? If he really wanted to kill to vent his anger, wouldn't it have been better if he had directly come to the Hawkwolf Guard and slaughtered to his heart's content? Why did he have to specially lead them to such a remote place like ancient Wind City? The greatest possibility was that Cho Ruelio had gathered a group of independent cultivators and set down a lousy trap. With his abilities, he could kill as many below Foundation establishment as he wanted. Han Cheongji said, "Then why are you asking?" Li Qingshan shrugged. "There's no harm in being careful. Qingshan's suspicions are very reasonable. Priest Cho is very crafty. I'll go with you. An extra person means an extra bit of strength." Fang Yinshang still remembered how Wu Zhen had failed last time with a large group of Hawkwolf guards. Han Cheongji said, "There's no need. Give this brother a proper burial. If he has a family, take good care of him. He won't have sacrificed himself for nothing. We will avenge him." Seeing how Fang Yinshang still wanted to say something, Han Cheongji said, "If we work together, there won't be any problems." Chapter 325. With strong confidence and trust in Li Qingshan, Han Cheongji waved her hand and the two of them set off on their journey. Han Cheongji urged, "Hurry up and summon the cloud." It was just afternoon when ancient Wind City, which was backed by a mountain and faced the fertile fields, appeared before them. It was dyed a pale yellow by the dim winter sunlight. Under the city gates, Li Qingshan and Han Cheongji looked up. Although it was winter, There were still many people walking on the streets. There were adults and children, and it was as noisy as ever. They could not see any hidden danger or killing intent. Walking on the streets, the two of them attracted a lot of attention and were treated as anomalies. Li Qingshan said, "Let's look around." Han Qiongji said loudly, "Qiu Ruelio, we can see you. Come out." This attracted even more attention. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Would such a trick to trick children work? Just as he said that, a creak was heard. At the end of the main road, the gates of the Qian residence opened. Qiu Ruelio was still wearing his Taoist robes. He stood in front of the gates and cupped his fists. "I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. It really worked." Before he finished speaking, Li Qingshan felt a scorching gust of wind beside him. Han Qiongji flew through the air and arrived at the gates of the Qian residence. With a swoosh, she drew her saber, burning it with flames as she slashed down at Qiu Ruelio's head. Die. This saber was the school of legalism's Da by saber aura. It was dignified and could take lives. It also had the bravery of the school of militarism. Before the saber arrived, it was enough to shock the enemy. However, Qiu Ruelio did not move. He smiled as the saber slashed at him. With a clang, the saber slashed on a layer of black light. A formation covered the Qian residence. It was extremely difficult to go against the formation with one person's strength. Han Qiongji was sent flying and flipped in the air. She landed lightly. Qiu Ruelio said, "I originally wanted to lure some powerful people over, but I didn't expect to only attract 2 small shrimps. Murder." Only then did the people on the street react, shouting as they fled home. How could a commoner dare to get involved in such a battle? "Why aren't you helping?" Han Qiongji turned to question Li Qingshan, only to see Li Qingshan frowning and staring at the Qian family's mansion shrouded in black light. "Let's go." Li Qingshan suddenly pulled Han Qiongji up. Riding on the clouds, he charged into the sky. "What are you doing?" Han Qiongji struggled. Even though Qiu Ruelio had the protection of the spirit formation, the power of the spirit formation was not endless. Not to mention that she still had a few top-grade spirit talismans in her hands. Even if there was an ambush, she would not be worried. But Li Qingshan didn't say anything. His face was ashen, and his arms were like iron wrapping around her waist. An unprecedented warning rose in his heart. "You want to leave? It's too late." Qiu Ruelio laughed loudly. Even at this moment, it sounded righteous, bold, and more sinister. In the Qian family's mansion, a black beam of light shot into the sky. It propped up the black light, and instantly caught up to Li Qingshan, enveloping the entire ancient wind city. As if night had suddenly descended, even the winter sun in the sky became dim. A few people who hadn't managed to escape home in time were suddenly stunned. Their bodies were covered in cracks, and they collapsed like sand sculptures, silently smearing a dark red stain on the ground. Without any warning or preparation, tens of thousands of families in the city, regardless of whether they were men or women, the old or the weak, died in an instant. There was no hero appearing to save the people in a battle between good and evil. There were no sighs or pain. In just an instant, everything returned to dead silence. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to have never existed. The moment Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji were enveloped by the black screen of light, they froze. They felt like a terrifying force was pressing down on them, like they were about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste, or like they were about to be torn into pieces. The two forces were equal, almost non-existent. However, the destruction was everywhere, penetrating deep into their skin. The cloud condensed from spiritual energy dispersed silently, and the two of them fell out of the sky. All of Han Qiongji's confidence turned into fear. A formation like this was definitely not something that Qiu Ruelio could cast down alone. At the very least, it had to be an altar lord of the White Lotus sect. However, Li Qingshan immediately recalled Jiyu Yangying's story of the White Lotus mother sacrificing several 100,000 lives. This time, they had probably struck gold. The person hiding in the Qian estate was an altar lord at the very least. Han Qiongji mobilized her true qi desperately, but her true qi refused to listen to her. She wanted to say something to Li Qingshan, but she saw him staring at her in shock. She subconsciously touched her face. Her fair and smooth face was like an old oil painting. A thin crack appeared on it, and bright red blood seeped out. Ancient Wind City had probably become a dead city by now. In the 100 schools of thought, Qian Rongji gazed at the blue sky and thought to herself. Everything in the past would be reduced to nothing in the White Lotus sect's lotus birth formation. She recited silently, all sins are extinguished, and the lotus blossoms. She had first met Qiu Ruelio during the encirclement mission last time. In order to hunt him down underground that was as dense as a spider's web, they had split up and contacted each other through their tablets. In the end, she found the injured Qiu Ruelio. This time, it was completely a coincidence, or perhaps it was also inevitable. She did her best to search for traces, before choosing the cave that Qiu Ruelio was least likely to flee to. In the darkness, their eyes met. They did not speak, nor did they clash. She acted like she had seen nothing and backed away. Back then, although Qiu Ruelio was heavily injured, she was only at the 5th layer. If she could keep Qiu Ruelio busy in battle, then only death awaited him. However, it was very likely for her to die in battle as well. The losses outweighed the gains. A few months ago, she saw Qiu Ruelio again during a very ordinary mission, or in other words, he had come to her and invited her to join the sect. There was no threat or temptation. There was only extreme sincerity. I knew you were a member of the White Lotus sect as soon as I saw you. If you don't agree, then behead me right now and go to the Hawkwolf Guard to receive your reward. I definitely won't resist. Whether it was the truth or a lie, it did not matter. Qian Rongji considered it slightly before agreeing. She became a disciple of the White Lotus sect. She even offered her property, the Qian estate, to the White Lotus sect as a secret base. Under her encouragement, it naturally became the land of blood sacrifice for the White Lotus sect. She was not sure whether Li Qingshan would go there as an accident, a coincidence, or a necessity. If he died, she would sigh for him. Hihi, Han Qiongji looked at the blood on her hand. Fear appeared in her eyes. This was the first time in her life. She was so close to death. At this moment, the black beam of light that held up the darkness contracted and twisted. However, the top swelled up like a flower bud. On the ground, the mottled, dark red patches were being worn away bit by bit. The last traces of their existence gradually vanished. Even their flesh, blood, and souls had become nutrients for the flower bud, helping it to bloom. Li Qingshan tried to circulate his true qi, but his sea of qi was collapsing. It was as if it was collapsing from a deeper level, let alone condensing techniques. As the flower bud bloomed, the power of the formation grew stronger and stronger, and the damage to his body grew greater and greater. If this continued, there was no need for the Altar Lord to do anything at all. Only death awaited them. This was the terror of the White Lotus sect that had fought against Jiyu Yangying and the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery for many years. They were also Foundation establishment cultivators, but the 3 elders were basically amiable compared to them. Qiu Ruelio sighed. The heavens are benevolent. I can tell that the 2 of you are no ordinary people. Why don't you forsake the darkness for the light and join my White Lotus sect? We can help the world together. That way, you won't have to suffer so much. Shut up. Han Qiongji gritted her teeth. Her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. As a great qi practitioner, her physique far surpassed that of mortals, which was why the formation had not collapsed immediately. However, her wounds spread bit by bit. She felt like thousands of ants were gnawing away at her. You weren't born to be a coward. Han Anjuan had once scolded her like that. Although she found the old man utterly irritating, some of what he said was still very reasonable. No matter what, she, Han Qiongji, could not embarrass herself, especially before Li Qingshan. Qiu Ruelio said, "How stubborn. However, it's your good fortune to become a part of the Black Lotus and cleanse yourself of your sins." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was about to take action. No matter who it was, if they wanted to take his life, they would have to ask his fist first. Even though the formation suppressed his true qi, it could not suppress his demon core. After reaching the second layer of the spirit turtle, even if he faced a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would no longer be helpless. Just now, he had indeed hesitated for a moment. His body was tough, far greater than Han Cheongji's. Although he was suppressed by the formation, he did not suffer any actual injuries. With how powerful the formation was, he would have to transform if he wanted to break free. However, that would expose his greatest secret. At a time like this, he could not care too much. He could not just watch Han Cheongji die. Han Cheongji said softly, "Go." "What?" Li Qingshan frowned. If he could enter and leave the formation as he pleased, what was there to be afraid of? The Black Lotus is the eye of the formation. I'll go break it, and you can use the opportunity to break free. There might only be a moment, so you have to grasp it properly. Go back and ask for reinforcements so that you can avenge me. If there's no chance, then let's just die here together. She did not say that. Instead, she leapt up and charged towards Qiu Ruelio. She held a supreme-grade talisman in her hand. Fresh blood seeped out from between her fingers, soaking the talisman in the blink of an eye. The talisman shone brightly. Using the remnant true qi in her blood, she used the most primitive method to activate the talisman. The talisman started to burn and turned into a blazing fireball. It rapidly grew in size like a dark red sun, illuminating Han Cheongji's smiling face that was full of cracks. "Die. Altar Master." Qiu Ruelio's expression changed drastically. The power of a supreme-grade talisman was not something that any qi practitioner could withstand. However, before the fireball's power could reach its peak, it began to dim. It was swallowed by the darkness and quickly extinguished. When it arrived in front of Qiu Ruelio, all that was left was a wave of heat. The smile on Han Cheongji's face disappeared. She could not care less about despair. Without stopping, she held the second supreme-grade talisman in her hand. Qiu Ruelio took out the pine pattern long sword and sighed. "This poor Daoist cannot bear to see you suffer like this. I've come to send you off." A black shadow flashed past Han Cheongji and arrived in front of Qiu Ruelio. It was Li Qingshan. Qiu Ruelio was shocked and swung his sword. Li Qingshan raised his hand, and several dozen strands of sword qi shot out. Even the terrifying formation was unable to weaken their sharpness. Qiu Ruelio was stunned. Crisscrossing bloody marks appeared on his body. They moved slightly, but before they could shatter, they were disintegrated by the formation. Just like the mortals, they collapsed into a dark red stain. Chapter 326. You. Didn't I tell you to leave? Han Cheongji stopped. Li Qingshan's tall figure stood in front of the Qian manor. He looked back and said, "I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of asking a woman to die for me." He was apologizing because of the moment of hesitation just now. "Even if we have to break the formation, I have a better chance. Leave. I'm the one in charge here." Han Cheongji rushed forward and tapped her forehead with a finger. A supreme-grade talisman shone brightly and enveloped her body. Although the power of the talismans was greatly reduced in this formation, it was still useful. The cracks on her face stopped spreading. She opened her mouth to speak. She tossed a healing spirit pill into her mouth, and the wounds on her body began to heal. "Obedient women are cute. Don't let my efforts go to waste." Li Qingshan said no more. He turned into a gust of wind and charged into the inner courtyard of the Qian manor. Han Cheongji clenched her teeth and ran out of the city. Sometimes, someone has to be sacrificed. But no matter who the sacrifice is, this sacrifice shouldn't go to waste. This was what Han Anjuan had said to her before. Even when two people were playing chess, there was the saying of bait and abandonment, not to mention when two armies were fighting. This was the way of the military. The familiar scenery flooded his face, and Li Qingshan charged right through it. His true qi was useless. Not only could he not fly, he even lost the ability to turn in the air. From now on, his feet would not leave the ground. After breaking through countless walls, he finally arrived at the inner courtyard of the Qian manor, the source of the Black Lotus. Beside a lotus pond, the lotus leaves were green. The lotus bloomed, and its fragrance filled the air. It was like spring or summer. He could vaguely see carps swimming in it. It was full of vitality. However, in the dead silence of ancient Wind City, it was so strange and abnormal. A man dressed in black Dharma robes and a black lotus crown. He sat cross-legged on a lotus leaf. He reached out his hand to stir the water and tease the carps. He was like a scholar in the spring forest. He did not look like a wicked person at all. However, those black lotuses that were about to bloom had roots as thick as giant trees planted in front of him. Tens of thousands of lives were taken in front of Li Qingshan. "You're here. Looks like Rui Liu has already left." "No, he should be here too." The black-robed man looked up at the black lotus and smiled. Li Qingshan was very similar to Han Qiongji. Without saying a word, he slashed with his saber. However, the warning in his heart was simply screaming. This black-robed man was not just a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was simply at the peak of Foundation establishment. The feeling he gave Li Qingshan was similar to that of the slovenly Daoist. In this state, perhaps a single move would be enough to kill him. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he became. He was looking for a flaw, a chance of survival. "Who are you?" "My name is just a code. Just call me Black Lotus. Your companion is dead. Don't you feel sad and angry? I'm happy for him. He has committed many sins, and it's time for him to repay them." Altar Lord Black Lotus slowly recited, 10,000 sins extinguished, lotus peanuts. Mud removing plow. Clear. His gentle voice had a different kind of charm. His eyes were clear and relieved, like an eminent monk. Anyone who saw him would want to get close to him. "You're happy for yourself, right? It's given you this lotus a bit more power. However, I don't know when you'll be able to repay your sins. Perhaps today." Altar Lord Black Lotus smiled. Li Qingshan was speechless. This Altar Lord did not just disregard life and death, he truly viewed death as a return home. The thoughts of people from evil sects could not be understood with common sense. At this moment, there was a splash in the pond. A red figure passed through the lotus leaves, wagging its head and tail as it swam out, nodding towards Li Qingshan on the shore. It was the one that Li Qingshan had released in the past. It opened its mouth as if it was begging for a pill to eat. "You know each other?" Altar Lord Black Lotus waved his hand. Go. I don't have any panacea for you right now." Even when he was facing a carp, a demon in the eyes of the world, he was so gentle that he seemed like he was coaxing a child who was asking for candy. Perhaps this analogy was not correct, as he had just personally killed hundreds, if not thousands, of children. Altar Lord Black Lotus was helpless. He fished out a panacea from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the carp's mouth. He rubbed the carp's head, and only then did the carp leave in satisfaction. Even if the pill was not as good as the virtue accumulation pill, it was not too far off. "No, I can't waste any more time." Li Qingshan took a step forward. "You want to sever the Black Lotus to save your friend?" Li Qingshan froze up. Was this Altar Lord Black Lotus always watching over the outside? If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to carry out his plan. "I didn't see it. I was just guessing that's what you were planning. Hawkwolf guards rarely move alone, especially when they're facing us. Just now, you've been staring at the Black Lotus the entire time. Is he a man or a woman? You want to use the power of belief in the divine talisman to activate the talisman and launch a sneak attack on me, right?" Li Qingshan's mind that had just eased up suddenly tensed up. He activated the talisman and opened his 100 treasures pouch. He did not use his blood, but the divine talisman of great creation. Ever since he left the Clear River Prefecture, the power of belief that had gathered in the divine talisman of great creation gradually increased. Clearly, it was produced by the members of the Cloud Wisp Association. The power of wish was an extremely unique type of energy. It wasn't affected by the array at all. At this moment, it became the key to victory. But he didn't think that before he could even make a move, the enemy would see through him. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, "The power from the divine talisman in your body might still be very weak, but I can't just ignore it. Forget it, do it." "What?" "I won't stop you. If you can shake the stem, The formation will shake for a moment, and your friend will have the opportunity to escape. I'd like to see just how you're going to achieve that. Li Qingshan frowned. He had never seen such a strange opponent in his life. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, "Don't worry. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it a long time ago. Just treat it as the words of a dying man being kind. About to die." Li Qingshan made his way towards the black stem step by step, but he was filled with hesitation. If Altar Lord Black Lotus had used his full strength to kill him right from the beginning, he would instead feel much more at ease. However, the current situation was far too unexpected, which only increased the pressure he felt inside. He had to be on guard against Altar Lord Black Lotus's sudden attack at all times, and he had to worry about whether there were any traps. However, he did not purposefully avoid him either. At such a close distance, a distance of a few feet made no difference to a foundation establishment cultivator at all. Li Qingshan came to a halt. He brought his fingers together like a sword and leapt up. The remaining several dozen strands of sword chi all merged into his finger, stabbing towards the black stem. The unstoppable sword chi stabbed deeply into the stem, interrupting its absorption of nutrients. The huge bud on it swayed as well. The sky suddenly brightened slightly, but it returned to darkness very soon. Li Qingshan returned to the side of the pond and looked at Altar Lord Black Lotus strangely. As expected, Altar Lord Black Lotus did not attack. Instead, he praised, "This sword chi is very unusual. No wonder Ruelio could not even take a single blow. Now, it's a matter between the two of us." Li Qingshan said. Han Qiongji must have used this opportunity to leave already. Now, only the two of them were left in ancient Wind City. They could transform into their demon forms and fight to their heart's content. With the formation as a barrier, outsiders would not be able to see them. Oh! Altar Master Black Lotus was slightly astonished. Even if a 7th layer Qi practitioner had some very special powers, challenging a foundation establishment cultivator in a situation where he couldn't even use his true Qi, wasn't he overestimating himself a little too much? People of our generation should look at each other calmly even when a great calamity is upon us. We should not lose our bearing. Why should we learn from mortals and fight like a trapped beast? Instead, he taught Li Qingshan a lesson. Cut the bullshit. Just when Li Qingshan was about to release his demon Qi, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and said, "Why'd you come back? I don't have the habit of asking men to die for me. Not to mention, I've never been a cute woman, so there's no need for me to please you." Han Qiongji's expression changed a few times as she spoke forcefully. She had no idea why she had come back either. The education she had received since she was young told her that retreating was the most correct choice in a situation like this, and she would not face any moral responsibility either. Neither the Hawkwolf Guard nor the school of the military encouraged pointless sacrifices. If she lingered around at a time like this, she would instead waste the sacrifice of her companion. Originally, she hated this girly attitude the most, but this time, she was unable to abandon him. In her heart, he was not just a colleague, a comrade, or a companion. "I just feel like I can't escape the pursuit of a foundation establishment cultivator. Instead of being defeated one by one, I might as well risk my life. Perhaps I'll still have a chance." She really is a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. It's far too rare to find someone in the world who's willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. You should treasure this fate. At this moment, the Altar Lord continued to study the two of them in interest. As he spoke, he did seem like a matchmaker. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react either. If someone was willing to die with you, even if she learned your secret, it would be nothing. He said to Han Qiongji, "Be careful." He took out all of his supreme grade talismans, about to strike out and risk his life in battle. "Hold on." The Altar Lord suddenly raised his hand. If it were any other opponent, Li Qingshan would not wait no matter what, but the Altar Lord was far too strange. Let alone killing intent, he did not even show any hostility the entire time. "You can all go. The person I've been waiting for has come." The Altar Lord raised his head at the sky. A streak of scorching white light tore through the darkness and descended from above, directly striking the black lotus that was about to bloom. Boom! Thunder rang out immediately afterwards. A few familiar figures descended from the sky. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily, "Father!" Han Tieryi happened to be one of them. Beside him were Liu Changqing, Wang Pushi, the One Thought Master, and so on. Basically all the school leaders were gathered here. The bolt of heavenly lightning had come from the Peak Foundation establishment slovenly Daoist priest, Ju Tong, which was why he could rip through the formation in a single stroke. Wang Pushi said, "Altar Lord Black Lotus, today is the day you die. P.S. After a nap, a minor discomfort turned into a major discomfort. The climate of Henan Shore is horrible. That's all for today. I'll update as usual tomorrow. I'll go make some ginger soup. It'll be better tomorrow, right?" Chapter 327. When Altar Lord Black Lotus heard that, he smiled at Li Qingshan as if he was saying, "I'll tell you." It was as if he had no idea that he was already on the brink of death. The black lotus beside him only swayed slightly when it was struck by the heavenly lightning. Li Qingshan could not help but look at Han Qiongji. Had she used just now when the formation had weakened to send out a distress signal? Han Qiongji was also at a loss. Yes, that was impossible. The 100 schools of thought was thousands of kilometers away. Even if they received the signal, it was impossible for them to arrive in such a timely manner. There was only one explanation. This was a trap targeted at the White Lotus sect. The roles of hunter and prey immediately switched. Even with the assistance of the mysterious Black Lotus formation, it was impossible for Altar Lord Black Lotus to fend off the encirclement of so many school leaders. His death was right in front of him. However, another question rose up in Li Qingshan's mind. If that was the case, why didn't he strike earlier? Why did he want all the people in the city to die and even watch them run into danger? Wang Pushi said, "The Black Lotus has been planted. I'd like to see how you escape this time. Life and death are all predetermined. Escaping before was not my intention, but the time was not right. I've always been deeply apologetic. I will definitely satisfy you this time, Commander." As it turned out, the Black Lotus was not a regular arcane artifact. Instead, it was a life-bound arcane artifact that was connected to Altar Lord Black Lotus life. He could open up formations whenever he planted the Black Lotus. Even if Foundation establishment cultivators fell into it, they would be at his mercy. He could be said to be at his strongest. However, once he planted it, he could not move it away so easily. It was also at his weakest. Otherwise, there was not a single Foundation establishment cultivator who did not know escape techniques. Altar Lord Black Lotus was one of the best among them. As long as he was not trapped by formations, he would be able to escape easily even if he was surrounded by so many Foundation establishment cultivators. His movements had been exposed before. He had been encircled and hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard many times. However, not a single time did they manage to capture him. At the cost of several tens of thousands of lives, they finally trapped him here and killed him. Even Wang Pushi could not help but rejoice when he saw how great of a merit he had achieved. Liu Changqing said, "It's a pity for the tens of thousands of people." Namo Amitabha, the One Thought Master chanted softly as his face was filled with compassion. He could have stopped all of this. There's no need for you to blame yourself, Prefect. You're responsible for the billions of people in the Clear River Prefecture. Weighing the pros and cons is your duty. He continued, "Grandmaster, you don't have to be sad. They have already washed away their sins, comprehended the essence of the lotus, and reached the pure land of bliss. On the contrary, we are the ones who have sunk into the mud and are covered in sin. Not being able to be free is worth sighing over." Not only did Altar Master Black Lotus not accuse the two of being hypocritical, he even tried to persuade them. There was not a trace of extremism. It was full of tolerance and understanding. "Shut up, you evil creature," a thunderous lion roared. When it came out of the One Thought Master's mouth, it made him glare furiously. "If I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I have to bear the burden of sin, I will still kill you all and rid the world of a scourge." Altar Master Black Lotus said, "Grandmaster, That's where you're wrong. The school of legalism uses severe punishment to warn the world, so killing me is Commander Wang's top priority. The school of Confucianism needs to watch over the people, so they have to weigh the pros and cons. They have no choice but to sacrifice the entire city of people. However, the Buddha is merciful. Although we have the power to vanquish demons and demons, we can't let anger surpass our compassion. Li Qingshan could tell that the various sect leaders wanted to use words to attack Altar Master Black Lotus's resolve, but Altar Master Black Lotus's mind was as still as water. He was not affected at all. The slovenly Daoist priest said impatiently, "What's the point of saying so much? Let's work together and kill this bastard." Han Anjuan said to Li Qingshan, "You've done well. Take her out." That was like a declaration of war. Light shone from the various sect leaders. They all pulled out their spiritual artifacts and even arcane artifacts. Li Qingshan looked deeply at Altar Master Black Lotus before pulling Han Qiongji away. Altar Master Black Lotus even said with a smile, "Farewell." Li Qingshan had a bad feeling. Altar Master Black Lotus's attitude was just too calm. Moreover, from just now's words, it seemed like he had already expected all of this. He was even indifferent about life and death. From the beginning to the end, let alone anger and killing intent, he did not even speak harshly. However, Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of fear. They came out of the formation without encountering any obstructions. Without the pressure of life and death, Han Qiongji could no longer suppress her injuries. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, Li Qingshan dared not tarry. He summoned a cloud first and took the two of them to a safe location high enough and far enough away. Then he fed Han Qiongji a healing pill and used techniques to heal her. A while later, Han Qiongji woke up slowly. Li Qingshan stopped worrying, but when he looked down, he frowned again. The battle below did not begin immediately as expected. Altar Master Black Lotus seemed to have said something, and the various sect leaders were stunned. Just what had happened? The bamboo forest swayed with the sun's shadow, covering them in mottles. Although the winter in the Clear River Prefecture was very cold, it was not as bone-chilling as ancient Wind City. Qian Rongji sighed as she walked through the snow alone. An exquisite courtyard appeared before his eyes. It was still empty and cold. Only Liu Chuanfeng was there. He was currently writing furiously. His novel had already become his only source of pride, so he could not let his disciple steal the limelight. He was so engrossed that he did not even notice Qian Rongji's arrival. Qian Rongji smiled. This person had not been informed. She had taken him along with her to hunt down Altar Master Black Lotus, but that was within her expectations. That day, after she accepted Qiu Ruelio's invitation, she immediately reported to Wang Pushi. As expected, Wang Pushi told her to bear with it for now and act as a nighthawk on the surface. She would help investigate the internal affairs of the White Lotus sect and find the whereabouts of even more important figures so that she could report to the Rui Commandery and hunt them down. Instead, he purposefully gave her some information so that she could gain the trust of the upper echelon of the White Lotus sect. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. She obviously received quite a lot of rewards from both sides. However, her talent was far too mediocre, so she was unable to break through so easily. Thump, thump. Qian Rongji knocked on the pillar. "Is Li Qingshan here?" "You are." Only then did Liu Chuanfeng raise his head. He felt rather dissatisfied. His beloved disciple was no better than him, so why did he have so much luck with women? Qian Rongji introduced herself and said a few words. She took out a jar of alcohol from her 100 treasures pouch. "I forgot. He still hasn't completed his trial mission, so he's just not fated to be with you. Sir, I'll treat you to this jar of alcohol." Liu Chuanfeng immediately beamed with joy. "My luck with women has come." He coughed twice in a feigned manner. "That's no good, right? Why don't we wait for Qingshan to return?" Before Qian Rongji could back down a little, he said, "If that's the case, I'll gladly accept your offer." A while later, with a clang, Liu Chuanfeng spilled the jar of alcohol and collapsed on the ground. Just like the legends say, he's an idiot. Qian Rongji wrapped him up with true qi and spat out all the alcohol. Afterwards, she took away his tablet and made her way to the central formation of Cloud Wisp Island. Spying was a dangerous occupation no matter the age. They could fall deep into enemy territory at any time, and only death awaited them as soon as they were discovered. Not to mention a capricious double agent. However, she still lived rather peacefully. Throughout the entire process, she did not draw any suspicion from the White Lotus sect. This was because she reported everything to the White Lotus sect. Chapter 328. Just as the school leaders were about to take action, Altar Master Black Lotus said, "School leaders, do you only care about what's in front of you and not what's behind you?" "What do you mean?" Liu Changqing said. "This is my destiny, as well as the destiny of the 100 schools of thought. Don't even think about wasting time with words. The 100 schools of thought is protected by a formation. Even if the White Lotus Mother comes personally, she won't be able to break through it easily." As Liu Changqing said this, his expression suddenly changed. He took out a formation plate with a dragon and snake coiling around it. The light that originally lingered around it had actually disappeared. The school leaders all knew what this meant. The dragon and snake formation that protected the 100 schools of thought had been broken. Qian Rongji watched as a white lotus grew out of the formation. It swayed gently, pure and beautiful. The endless pillar of spiritual qi that shot into the sky was immediately cut off. The formation was powerful, but it was also extremely precise. It was like an operating machine. As long as one of the key components had a problem, it would affect the entire thing. The sky distorted, but it was still blue. However, the fog surrounding the islands of the 100 schools of thought gradually dispersed under the winter sun. A few fishermen who were fishing on the lake looked at the islands in front of them in surprise. They had long heard that it was the residence of immortals, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. What happened? The disciples of the schools walked out of the buildings and looked at the sky. They discussed among themselves, thinking that something had happened to the formation. Wo Sungzon was the first to sense that something was wrong. He said angrily, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing?" When he saw the resplendent white lotus again, his anger turned into disbelief, as well as a hint of fear. He had long known that Qian Rongji was a spy in the White Lotus sect. However, he never expected that she would really throw herself into it. The White Lotus sect had long been hated by everyone. It was declining day by day, and its members were in a precarious situation. With her scheming, how could she really be so loyal? Qian Rongji said, "Commander Hua, I'm just a lowly soldier following orders. Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman like me?" Wo Sungzon wouldn't listen to her and pounced on her. The most important thing now was to destroy that white lotus. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qian Rongji didn't stop him and took a few steps back. Wo Sungzon was slightly surprised. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a white figure flashing in the depths of the bamboo forest and appearing in front of him out of thin air. It was a white-haired old woman. Although her face was full of wrinkles, she looked extremely benevolent. The deep smile lines on her face made her look like she was always smiling. She held a white lotus in her hand, but it was close to withering. He looked into Wo Sungzon's eyes. He was also very gentle, as if he was looking at his own grandson. However, Wo Sungzon felt a suffocating pressure. He made a turn in the air and leaped backward. Before he knew it, a few men and women stood behind him. Standing behind him were men and women, young and old, but they all had smiles on their faces. It was not a sneer, nor was it a fake smile. Instead, it was joy from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if all the sunlight and white clouds in the world were so delightful. Coldness poured down from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. Apart from the white-haired old woman, he was familiar with all of them. Every single one of them possessed astronomical amounts of merit in the Hawkwolf Guard. The remaining altar lords of the White Lotus sect were all gathered here. Qian Rongji bowed politely. Disciple Qian Rongji greets the Holy Mother and greets the altar lords. Wo Sungzon was shocked. Sure enough, The old woman was the White Lotus Mother. However, according to the rumors, wasn't she a middle-aged woman? Stand up. There's no need to be so formal. I still have to thank you for opening the door for me. You've taken quite the risk. Sharing the Holy Mother's burden is my duty. Who is he? His Wasungzon, a Scarlet Wolf commander. He's always been trusted by Jiyu Yangying. Only when she heard Jiyu Yangying's name did the White Lotus Mother carefully study Wasungzon. He really is a rare handsome man. If I were a little younger, I would probably be tempted too. Following that Jiyu Yangying who doesn't understand the true meaning of life is like casting pearls before swine. Wasungzon knew he probably would not be spared this time. He smiled. Unfortunately, I don't like old women. Really? What do you think about this then? The White Lotus Mother heard that, but she was not angered. Her body underwent a startling change. The wrinkles on her face flattened bit by bit, and her shriveled lips gradually reddened. Her white hair turned black, and her skin became as white as snow. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a beautiful young lady. The white lotus in her hand regained its vitality, returning to a state where it was on the verge of blooming. The White Lotus Mother said with a clear voice that resembled the cry of an oriole, "I might seem a little old at times, but I'm still a person after all." "Is he on the list too?" Qian Rongji said, "He is." "Then take him back and teach him a lesson so that he can become a member of the White Lotus sect." Before he could even see what the White Lotus Mother had done, Wasungzon collapsed on the ground without putting up any resistance. Although he was conscious, he could not move a single finger, nor could he use a single strand of true qi. For some reason, a thought rose up in his head: is this the difference between us? The White Lotus Mother left behind an altar lord to watch over the formations before directly making her way to Contention Island. The other altar lords led their followers to the various islands of the various clans to gather resources and search for the people on the list. The list came from Qian Rongji. It recorded the talented disciples of the various clans. The White Lotus sect had clashed with the Hawkwolf Guard time and time again, resulting in heavy casualties among their disciples. Moreover, they had been labeled as a cult, so they were suppressed from all sides. Their lineage had basically been severed. The plan this time was to deal with this problem. The list would replenish the White Lotus sect with new blood, especially for 10th layer Qi practitioners like Wasungzon. As long as they taught him a lesson, producing a few more altar lords would not be difficult at all. As for those who were not on the list, they would all be cleansed of their sins and reborn in paradise. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders who were the most skilled in battle had all gone to hunt down Altar Lord Black Lotus, so how could the remaining people be the White Lotus Mother's opponent? The outcome of this battle had been determined right from the beginning. After listening to Altar Lord Black Lotus's words on Ancient Wind City, the various school leaders were all shocked. To the 100 schools of thought, the most important thing was these outstanding disciples that they had carefully selected and nurtured slowly. Once they suffered losses, the entire Clear River Prefecture would suffer a heavy blow. Even more terrifyingly, it was very likely for these people to become enemies in the future. It was rumored that the White Lotus Mother could forcefully instill the teachings of her teachings into the minds of cultivators, turning them into her allies. Wang Pushi finally understood where the greatest flaw in his plan was. If Qian Rongji really did meet the White Lotus Mother, then she would definitely be instilled with the teachings of her teachings. She would no longer have to consider the pros and cons. Even if she had to die for the White Lotus Mother, she would not hesitate. The Altar Lord before him was a living example. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, "Do you want to go back and save them, or do you want to stay here and kill me? I hope you can all make up your minds soon. Being hesitant is not a wise person. I'll kill you first, you wretched spawn." The One-Thought Master let out a lion's roar. His staff shone with golden light, striking down at Black Lotus. In the courtyard within the bamboo forest, Wasungzon moved his lips with difficulty. He looked at Qian Rongji in confusion. "Why are you doing this? Don't tell me the White Lotus sect is actually controlling your thoughts." "I've already said that I have no choice." Qian Rongji sighed. If it were possible, she would rather seek out fortuitous encounters and increase her strength bit by bit, rather than become embroiled in a dangerous conflict like this. It was not that easy to strike a balance between both sides. No matter how resourceful a measly chi practitioner was, they still needed some luck to survive. However, she had always only gambled on situations where she was guaranteed to win. What she hated the most was luck. Now that she had done everything she could, all she could do was await the judgment of fate, as she was no longer a chess player this time, but a chess piece. Moreover, she was a chess piece that both sides were moving. There was no need for outsiders to explain the dangers and helplessness involved. Now, all she could do was wait for the other chess player to appear. A white boot stomped heavily on the lotus, even crushing it forcefully. The white lotus that even heavenly lightning struggled to shake was immediately reduced to mud and dust. The boot was embroidered with exquisite silver threads, twisting into a profound inscription. Hua Sungzon could tell with a single glance that it was an arcane artifact as he collapsed on the ground. He did his best to look up. He wore elegant white clothes with wings embroidered on it. Under the slanted sunlight, the person's face seemed rather blurry, but the smile at the corner of his lips would always remain clear and deep. Qian Rongji immediately stood up and bowed towards the owner of the boot rather tiredly. "I am Qian Rongji. I have been waiting for the great commander for quite some time now." Hua Sungzon came to a realization. So that's why. After Qian Rongji completed her trial mission, he followed the rules and took her to the Rui commandery to see this person. They had a private conversation before. The reason for all of this probably originated from this. The expression of the altar lord of the White Lotus sect who remained behind changed drastically. Every single disciple of the White Lotus sect was far too familiar with this figure. She was basically no weaker than the White Lotus mother. He immediately used an escape technique, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traveled several hundred meters away, leaving the formation far behind. The jade folding fan suddenly opened up, and she waved her hand casually. The altar lord felt a gentle breeze brush past him. He called out, "Holy Mother, go." His body suddenly split in half. The bamboo forest fell silent for a while before snapping in the middle with a rustle. Looking down from above, a neat fan had suddenly appeared in the sea of trees on Cloudwisp Island. "White Lotus, checkmate." Jiyu Yangying. The White Lotus mother suddenly looked back. Light surged into the air on Cloudwisp Island, and the formation of dragons and snakes began to operate again. She had broken through the formation, but she was now trapped in the formation. What was going on? Just where had she gone wrong? It was impossible for Qian Rongji, who had been instilled with her teachings, to betray her. Jiyu Yangying patted Qian Rongji's shoulder as a form of praise. It was truly rare for a chi practitioner to remain true to themselves under the White Lotus mother's heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. She obviously had to make use of such a rare opportunity. Before she knew it, a group of cultivators in white had appeared in the bamboo forest. They stood behind her silently, awaiting her orders. She pressed her fingers together like a blade and swung them gently. "Yes, sir." The gentle breeze rustled the lotus flowers. Ancient Wind City was in ruins. The estate of the Qian family had already been reduced to dust. Only the pond where the black lotus was planted remained the same. Carp swam leisurely in it, reflecting Li Qingshan's frowning face as he sank into his thoughts. Li Qingshan stood beside the pond, filled with many thoughts. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess. No one could grasp them. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 329. The battle only lasted for a short period of time, and it was a one-sided battle. With a group of patriarchs here, if they still couldn't suppress an altar lord, that would be the biggest joke in the world. When the battle reached its most intense point, Altar Master Black Lotus was already prepared to fight with his life on the line and drag one or two family heads down with him. However, he seemed to have sensed something and personally cut off the Black Lotus. He plucked a lotus seed from the Black Lotus and said, "My time hasn't come yet," before vanishing into thin air. The heads of the various families were afraid of being injured by his final attack, so they all dispersed, leaving him with a slim chance of survival. The slovenly Daoist priest and Ma Buyi joined hands to chase after him. Altar Master Black Lotus might have escaped, but he had personally severed his life artifact, so his injuries were not light. As long as they could find him, they could cut off his last chance of survival. It was most suitable for the two of them to pursue and kill him. The other patriarchs would return to assist the 100 schools of thought. Li Qing, Chapter 64. Initially, Dragon Taoist Jioshan did not know what had happened. He only felt at a loss. This battle was started by him, but he was clueless about everything that was hidden within. It was only when Han Qiongji asked Han Anjuan with extreme dissatisfaction that he roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. If this was a game between the Hawkwolf Guard and the White Lotus sect, or a game of chess for Jiyu Yangying, then he probably could not even be regarded as a chess piece. Both of them knew that this mission was just a symbolic fuse. It was not the key to the matter at all. Even him and Han Qiongji coming to carry out this mission was purely a coincidence. If Hua Sengzon had a change of heart, perhaps the other two Hawkwolf Guards would come. There might not even be a need for anyone to come. There was no need to sacrifice or take risks. They were not used as bait or sacrificial pawns. There was no way Wang Pushi would sacrifice Han Anjuan's daughter, the second seat of legalism. The patriarchs of the various families appeared when the black curtain opened. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately, besides waiting for the Black Lotus to be completely planted, was that Han Anjuan wanted to give his daughter a test. Look at her performance. He believed that this kind of experience, for Han Qiongji, who had not suffered too many setbacks before, this kind of experience, it would be a valuable asset. A bunch of family heads, there was no way he would watch them get killed with his own eyes. If Altar Master Black Lotus really made a move, the patriarchs had their own ways to protect them. After Han Anjuan left, Han Qiongji naturally cursed at him. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was silent. It turned out that the biggest risk he had taken was to turn into a demon in front of all the family heads. Apart from the lingering fear, he also felt a sense of melancholy in his chest that he had to vent out. Compared to this situation, he would rather transform into his demon form. He wanted to have a battle to the death with Altar Master Black Lotus. Han Qiongji didn't think too much about it. She probably experienced this kind of test more than once. After scolding him, she didn't take it to heart. She saw Li Qingshan standing by the pond. Instead, it was a little strange. "What's wrong with you?" Was he worried about little Anne? "She's fine," Han Anjuan told her everything, even after returning to the 100 schools of thought through a spirit tool. Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. "I've been in the limelight quite a bit in the 100 schools of thought recently, so I really think of myself as someone important." If he had been bullied, he could endure it and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. If he had been used, he could also find the person who used him and ask for an explanation. But right now, he was full of grievances, yet he couldn't find an opponent to fight back. Altar Master Black Lotus was very polite to him. It could be said that he had great self-restraint or was crazy, but the most fundamental reason was that he, Li Qingshan, was nothing. "If you say I'll die today, fine, I might really die." After chatting for a while, he felt that the family heads couldn't help but want to make a move, so he said, "You go first, the person I'm waiting for is here." Wang Push's thinking was probably even simpler. "I asked you to carry out a mission without any danger, so what are you still dissatisfied with? Do you think I should tell you in advance? For what reason?" Furthermore, Jiyu Yangying had no idea he had come to carry out this mission at all. Wang Pushi was just a pawn. It was as if someone had run out and clearly told Li Qingshan that he was only a supporting character when he was filled with the consciousness of the main character. No, he was not even a supporting character. He was just a Hawkwolf Guard playing a small role. Hawkwolf Guard B, "Oh no," Han Qiongji asked, "What's wrong with you?" Li Qingshan said, "Women are very difficult to understand." This was a battle between a man's grand ambition and cruel reality. Perhaps the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it would be when it was woken up. Han Qiongji shot a glance at him. What she hated the most was when people used her as a woman, but when she thought about how Li Qingshan had risked his life to fight for a chance of survival for her, her gaze softened again. Are men that great? When they're complacent, They seem like they can do anything, but once they're dispirited, they're even worse than a woman. They act like they don't care, but they've already surrendered inside. Are you talking about Hua Sungzon? How did you know? Han Cheongji was taken aback. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I couldn't tell normally, but you sure are a little cute. Han Cheongji's face reddened. She clenched her fists and said, I think you only have some bearing when you're fighting and drinking. As she looked at Li Qingshan's despicable smile, she was tempted to throw a punch at him. They looked at each other and smiled. The two of them felt much closer to each other. Let's go back, Li Qingshan said. Now that he understood where his troubles lay, he instead calmed down and became even more determined. He had to accept whatever he could accept and whatever he could not. This was life. No one was born to be the main character, and no one was destined to play a small role for the rest of their lives. He still had to continue down his path. All right. At this moment, the surface of the water rippled, and a huge, red carp poked its head out. Monster! Han Cheongji clenched her fists. I raised it. Li Qingshan stopped Han Cheongji. You go first. I want to say goodbye to it. After sending Han Cheongji away, Li Qingshan squatted down and patted the big, red carp's head. You're quite lucky. I think this pond is too small, and it won't be able to hold you soon. Why don't I put you in the clear river? The big, red carp nodded and suddenly swam into the depths of the pond. Li Qingshan was puzzled when the big, red carp swam back. It held something in its mouth and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan took a closer look and saw that it was a small, black lotus seed pod. There were 10 to 20 lotus seeds in it, and only one was empty. Could this be the black lotus's seed pod? Li Qingshan could not figure out whether the black lotus was an illusion formed by spiritual energy or a real plant. However, he knew that the lotus seed pod was definitely not an ordinary object. Is this for me? The big, red carp nodded and opened its mouth wide. Li Qingshan put away the lotus seed pod and touched his 100 treasures pouch. He had already eaten all the spiritual pills. After thinking for a while, he found a spiritual fruit and gave it to the carp. Only then was it satisfied. Li Qingshan cast a spell and swept the big, red carp onto a cloud. He picked up Han Cheongji and rushed back to the 100 schools of thought. On the way, he released the carp into the clear river. It happily dove into the water and did not show any reluctance to leave. However, Han Cheongji casually asked, Do you like Commander Jiyu? Li Qingshan casually answered, I do. However, Han Cheongji immediately turned hostile and ignored him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. No matter how slow-witted he was, he could still sense Han Cheongji's thoughts. He could not help but feel happy. I, Li Qingshan, am not without charm. He could not help but think of that joke from a few months ago. He could not help but scrutinize Han Cheongji beside him. Her pretty short hair must have come from Han Anjuan's influence. There were many bald members among the military school's disciples. She had a tall nose bridge and looked very sculpted. Her pursed lips showed her determination, or perhaps willfulness. She looked quite similar to the cool brother, Han Thierry. She had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Perhaps she looked too heroic on a woman, but she was undoubtedly a beauty. Han Cheongji's face became redder and redder. She was indescribably happy. She felt that although she was tested by the damn old man again, it was not entirely a bad thing. However, she finally could not resist Li Qingshan's gaze anymore. This fellow was not satisfied with looking at her face. He had already started to size her up and even came to the conclusion that she was very good. What are you looking at? When she said this, even Han Cheongji felt weak. Do you like me? When he said this, even Li Qingshan felt that he was very amateurish. How could Han Cheongji admit it? Thus, the two of them returned to the Dragon Snake Lake in a strange atmosphere. The sky had just turned dusk, and the lake was covered in red scales. As he had hoped, this trial mission only took less than a day. However, everything that happened was completely beyond his imagination. Thinking back, he had only watched a big show and played a small role. He was only glad that he did not get a bento. However, when he approached the 100 schools of thought, he realized that the real show was actually here. The dragon snake formation no longer existed. Every island was filled with tragic traces. Large areas of buildings had been toppled, and many disciples were busy cleaning up. The most exaggerated was Contention Island. The craggy mountains on the island seemed to have been chopped up and crushed, turning into large pieces of cracked boulders. Not a single complete building remained. Li Qingshan rushed to Ansrava Island. Only when he saw that little An was safe and sound did he relax. However, Ansrava Island was full of whales. Many monks had died. They had been refined by the altar masters of the White Lotus sect. Not even their corpses could be found. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly in his arms. He felt a different kind of danger. This was the battlefield of two golden core cultivators. Even the most talented Qi practitioners would not dare to say that they could protect themselves. Back then, the soaring dragon elder had sliced through a mountain like tofu. He still remembered it vividly. Qingshan. With a call, Li Qingshan turned around and saw Wasungzon. Their eyes met. Both of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. Wasungzon said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know either." "Are you fine?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around his neck and smiled. "Do I look like I'm not fine? You're the one who rarely asks stupid questions like that." Wasungzon smiled as well, but it was rather forced. Compared to Li Qingshan, he had truly made a trip to the gates of hell. The White Lotus Mother only needed a single thought, and he would be a dead man. "Commander Jiyu wants to see you." Chapter 330. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place where Jiyu Yangying wanted to meet him was on Cloudwisp Island. The bamboo forest was quiet, and the white clothes were whiter than snow. It was another winter. That dreamy figure was already in front of him. Li Qingshan calmed his mind and walked forward. Li Qingshan pays his respects to Commander Jiyu. Jiyu Yangying suddenly looked back. Her eyes were like an eagle's, as if she wanted to see through him. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked into her eyes. The memory from 2 years ago was suddenly confirmed. Everything was true, and it was not a dream. He used to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger, but after experiencing so much and seeing so much, did he still have that courage? Jiyu Yangying suddenly smiled, like a chilly spring breeze, warm yet cold, as it spread out. "You." The white clothes floated in front of him. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. She specifically summoned him, but did not say a word. What was the meaning of this? Jiyu Yangying stopped and looked back. "I had prepared some words for you, but now it seems that there is no need." In his eyes, there was no anger or dissatisfaction, no inferiority or self-mockery. There was only a firm awareness. There was no need for her to say much to such a man. She only needed to see how far he could go in the future. Li Qingshan said, "Why don't you say it? Then I'll say one thing. Even after 100 years, a piece of trash like you will not be qualified to drink tea with me. How about it?" Jiyu Yangying could not help laughing and laughed. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Very old-fashioned. Jiyu Yangying propped her chin with her folding fan. "Is that so? I can't think of anything worse. It's fine as long as it's like this." A true expert would not keep talking about ants all day long. They would only unconsciously step over an ant's nest. Who would specifically squat on the ground, point at a bunch of ants, and say, "You stupid and weak insects." Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Li Qingshan said, "Is this the second sentence you've given me? Qing province is 30,000 miles long, and the martial world is but a corner." This was the first sentence. He had already done it. He had walked out of the disputes of Jianghu and arrived at the 100 schools of thought. This was a stage for cultivators to compete with each other. Jiyu Yangying raised her folding fan. A strong wind swirled around her, and she placed it on a bamboo nearby. "Trash like you, even after 100 years, you still won't be qualified to drink tea with me." With another wave of the fan, a piece of bamboo was peeled off and blown in front of Li Qingshan. "Keep it well. In the future, you can throw it in front of me and feel proud. Goodbye, little brother Qingshan." His voice was still reverberating in the bamboo forest, but he was already above the clouds. Not a single trace was left. In this battle, the White Lotus sect was basically annihilated. Only the White Lotus mother managed to escape. His cultivation was also greatly damaged. Now that he was heavily injured, he would never be able to do anything. Perhaps he could recover his strength in the future and stir up trouble again. However, he no longer had the right to be her opponent. To her, this game of chess had already come to an end. As a result, when the White Lotus mother fled, she did not even chase after her. She only watched this old opponent of hers go on her final journey, hoping that she would stop being so tactless and wait patiently until she left the Rui commandery at the very least. Li Qingshan returned to the courtyard of the bamboo loft. Wo Sungzon was waiting there. He asked, "What did she say to you?" "Yes." Li Qingshan passed the piece of bamboo to Wo Sungzon. Wo Sungzon's expression was very strange. "Do you want me to give it to you? I think you're more suited to this sentence than me." "Screw you. You can keep it for yourself." Wo Sungzon tossed it back. Liu Chuanfeng emerged from the door and rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Qingshan, you're back. Ah, it's already so late. This alcohol sure has a kick." Li Qingshan and Wo Sungzon looked at one another with bitter smiles. While the others trembled in fear and fought for their lives, he was sleeping soundly. Wo Sungzon said, "It's a joke, but it's also the truth. You understand how I feel now, right?" Li Qingshan said, "That's the truth. Don't compare me to you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a little more handsome, I would have cut ties with a piece of trash like you a long time ago." "You're saying I'm trash?" "Trash, if you're so capable, show me when you establish a foundation." "All right, just you wait." The next day, Wo Sungzon went into seclusion. Although he didn't show it, the shock that Wo Sungzon received was probably even greater than Li Qingshan's. From the beginning to the end, he wasn't told any details, and he almost died in the ambush. In the end, that person didn't even say much to him. In this aspect, he was even worse than Li Qingshan. If you think that my special treatment at the beginning is a reason for you to abandon yourself, then I'll only treat you as a chi practitioner. Since we're destined to be people of two different worlds, why waste each other's time? Li Qingshan studied the black lotus pod carefully under the lantern light. He also tried to take out a lotus seed. It was like a black pearl, sparkling and translucent. It contained a wondrous power. However, it wasn't a miraculous elixir that could directly convert it into demonic chi or true chi. Since this black lotus was grown with the sacrifice of the entire ancient wind city and tens of thousands of lives, did that mean that what was stored inside was the essence of flesh and blood? I'll let little and take a look. With a thought, a petite grey figure silently stood in front of the door and pounced into Li Qingshan's arms. "It was Little Anne, what's wrong? I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again." The scene of two golden core cultivators fighting was like a natural disaster. No matter how strong a chi practitioner was, they would still be in a precarious situation and feel uneasy. Her performance wasn't without reason. Although she didn't care about life and death, she couldn't let go of them meaninglessly. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again. We're going to the 9 heavens together." Li Qingshan kissed her hair and showed the lotus to her. "Look, do you have any use for this?" Ngang held the lotus in her hand and felt a surge of life force. Only this kind of power could be converted into her own cultivation through her flames. Li Qingshan smiled. "Looks like this trip wasn't without gains. I don't know why, but that altar master Black Lotus didn't take the entire lotus with him, so we got lucky instead." At that time, Altar Master Black Lotus had unleashed all of the Black Lotus's power and assumed a stance of mutual destruction. If he plucked the entire lotus, the Black Lotus would instantly lose its core and wouldn't be able to unleash any power. The various clan masters weren't 3-year-old children. They definitely wouldn't be scared off by a bluff. And it was precisely that intense explosion of energy that turned the entire Gu Fengchen into ruins. And at the core of the explosion was an area of absolute darkness. Even the vision of the various patriarchs could not enter that area. It was at that time that the lotus had fallen into the pond. The big red carp leaped up and swallowed it, but it couldn't digest it, so it spat it out. The lotus itself didn't emit any spiritual light or chi, so Li Qingshan didn't notice it even though he was standing beside the pond. The various clan masters were in a hurry to kill Altar Master Black Lotus and return to help the 100 schools of thought. They didn't search carefully, so they ended up in the big red carp's collection. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.